Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I'm back here, or I'm here for the first time with Chaos Child, the sequel to Chaos Head, which was the first side AV game of the series, but the second one we played because wibbly wobbly we mixed things up a little bit. Because I wanted to lead with Steins Gate. That's why. But also, hey Sor, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? I know nothing of this game at all. I know nothing. I knew nothing of Chaos Head going into it either. But having played Chaos Head, I'm now nervous for this one. That was a game. That was certainly a game. Chaos! Alright, Chaos Child it is. Let's just get right to it. Also, hey Ark, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. So yeah, I'm going to do my usual of I'm just going to go till I hit credits on my own. And then we'll look up endings. Not look up endings, but look up a spoiler-free way to get endings. That would be difficult unless this is a prequel. Grimm is quite dead, I do believe. Quite dead. And I don't think this is... Oh, I guess I could have... I mean, I could probably check him here, too. It's usually been fine as it was. Tips information on, yep. Oop. LR text message skip, select deletion trigger, skip release at deletion trigger, message speed. Do you know what? Set that a bit higher. I like message speed faster. Auto mode speed, hopefully won't do too much. Skip mode red only, yep. Volume we can adjust as it goes. Sync voice, sure. Skip voice, no. Use speaker, no. Cool. I never hate that there's a speaker on the controller, but I really never want to use it. Echo's almost as cool as the old. Okay. Yeah, it's... I'm liking the sound and look. Speaker volume, now I'm okay. And character voices will be fine. We'll do the rest of it as it goes. November 6th, 2009 AD, 2010, or 10:28 PM. So it's November 6th, 2009. Steins Gate was 2010, right? 2010 to 2011? Or was it 2009 to 2010? I think it was 10 to 11. Meaning this is a year before. About 6 months before Steins Gate 1. It came without warning. Oh, an animated cutscene. Seems right? Okay. Oh, you know, perfectly fine. Screw you, helicopter. Oh, were these the events of Chaos Head? What was it 2019 to 2020? So quite a ways in the future compared to the other games. It was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake with an epicenter directly under the city. This disaster reduced one of Tokyo's busiest downtown areas to nothing in a single night. Okay, yeah, this is probably talking about Head. The high-rise buildings that had birthed so many trends and fads collapsed, as if giving up on their role in society. Black fires spread through the city as individuals fell into the grip of the crowd psychology. Their terror was magnified. Combined, all of these things took many lives. Yeah. Robotics Note is in the past now, and this stuff's way in the past. Final death toll was 3,851. The final number of injured, 30,927. This event would be later known as the Shibuya earthquake. Yep, that earthquake in Shibuya. Even in all that destruction, people still suffered the most in their hearts. Some who had lost their families came together to share new resolve, while others who had been forced to watch their friends die were driven by guilt to take their own lives. As a baby was miraculously reunited with its parents after 72 hours, a child in an evacuation shelter asked her dad, "When's mommy coming home?" He had no answer. Some of the wounded made it to the hospitals by looking at real-time updates on the web. Others saw people on the internet talking about the disaster as if it were a movie, and were driven mad. Okay. Stay off the internet during disasters, you might go insane. A homeless man was saved from malnutrition by an organized volunteer group. But at the same time, a middle school boy punched a self-centered volunteer who'd come to Shibuya to find himself in the face. It was the first time in that boy's life he'd ever been violent. Okay. Kids are violent by nature. I hesitate to say that would be the first time a kid would ever have been violent. Like, I get what they're trying to say, but the psychological toll was incredible, and many of the survivors would later manifest symptoms similar to those associated with PTSD. Cool, same button to check tips. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I feel like we've seen certain tips in every game. From the 4th edition of the DSM-IV, the American Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published 1994. Caused by severe shock from experiencing an accident, disaster, crime, or other seriously traumatic event. This mental disorder causes any number of stress-related issues. Symptoms include psychological instability, insomnia, confusion, memory trouble, and other problems that last for over a month. The young were hit the hardest, and before long the cause of those symptoms was given a name: Chaos Child Syndrome. Well, there you go. Rebuilding happened at a feverish pitch never seen before. It felt inappropriate to say hang in there, but people felt that somebody had to do something. The new slogan was Shibuya, a city reborn, and no amount of money or manpower was spared in aiding the endeavor. There's the title, roll credits. Yep, I'll say Crescent. How's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. The whole town was in the grip of a fever. In private, a leader of the redevelopment effort said, "This may sound unkind, but this frenzy feels like a town burying its grief by holding a festival." Building codes were rigorously evaluated with an eye towards earthquake engineering. Perhaps in an effort to emphasize the city's safety, security cameras were put up all over town. Shibuya would become a place where everyone could live in peace. But at the same time, a rumor began to spread about the earthquake. Something about this earthquake doesn't make sense. Sorry, my chair's a bit higher than my older one, so I gotta get my mic adjusted. There were no aftershocks, and the damage had spread in a strange way. Harajuku and Ebisu, areas only a kilometer away from Shibuya, suffered few casualties and even fewer collapsed buildings. Excuse me. This damage pattern had never been observed in any prior earthquake, and so more than a few pundits claimed that Shibuya earthquake must have been artificial. More than anything, some of the survivors all said the same thing. Onto Robotics Dash? Yeah, clearly. I saw a white light. Well, they dropped Dash as a name in Robotics Note, so does that mean we can already roll credits on that? Does that mean we're just done? I heard a sound like a ringing in my ears. We know that Dash was Daru's handle. Right? Artificial earthquake? No. Too many people experienced this for anyone to laugh it off, but no cause of those phenomena was ever found. It was just more evidence to those who believed that something about the earthquake had been wrong. Then, 6 years after the strange earthquake in 2015, okay, so it is after Steins Gate and Zero, something else was about to attract attention in the reborn city of Shibuya, but it's still before robotics, timeline-wise. Does this right as much as Tokyo does? Probably not. I mean, New York has got to be close, but I don't think it reaches there. I don't know if we're going to hit... I know the opening is still done by the same woman who does all the other ones. I hope we hit it tonight. I hope. September 7th, 2015, Sunday night. Yeah, I would argue New York has got to be the closest, but like, probably doesn't come close. Okay, I'm going to take 3 minutes for questions. Get to it, man says. The second he spoke, the comment box started to fill. Yuma Utani watched it for a few seconds and then saw the request. When does Haru tell us she's dating somebody? He smiled to himself. Just what he wanted. Most of the requests were about hot actors or cute idols. His audience was so stupid that it was easy to tell exactly what they were going to ask. The problem was always whether the name that came up was somebody he knew. That was a question of luck and of how popular they were. But Haru, her full name was Haruko something or other, she was fine. Haruko Natsuno, 19 years old, a minor celebrity, became famous as a result of her bold declaration that no one her age knew as much about retro games and retro anime as she did, and her ability to back that declaration up on internet radio and live streaming programs. Wears glasses, her plain clothes and hairstyle are said to be one reason she's popular with otaku, regularly holds recordings of internet radio shows that are open to the public. I'm sure she gets asked no inappropriate questions on those radio shows. Sundays after the Chaos series is done. Well, after Chaos, we're going robotics. But after all of the side TV is done, we're going to finish up with the Steins Gate My Darling's Romance, the non-canon dating sim where everybody's happy and just, dating sim shenanigans happen. Then I've got a few lined up and I don't know what order they're going to go in. I've got Valhalla, got Night in the Woods, I've got all the Phoenix Wright games. Well, I've got the first 3 right now. Danganronpa games, maybe. House and Fata Morgana. We have a lot of options. It's just... and by then, the Somnium Files 2 will be out, too. So, we have options. Just a few days ago, he'd forced himself to go to an event he'd rather have skipped and seen it for himself.
Yes.
Okay. Satisfied, Utani got up to get some snacks, like he always did. Been really hearted? Probably, yeah. He lived in a 1-bedroom condo located 8 minutes from Shibuya Station. Cost 150,000 yen per month. It had been built after the earthquake, so the furnishings and layout were modern. A little more room would have been nice, but compared to the 40,000 yen per month place he lived in last year, it was heaven. Next year, maybe I'll move somewhere more convenient. Like a shipping container on a roof? At 21 years old, Utani felt satisfied for the first time in his life. Different place? Yeah, major city places. In 4th grade, I can read English, he'd gotten big into online gaming and stopped going to school. Evidently, he'd stopped leaving his room altogether, or eventually. Sakura Wars ago? As if I'm not on chapter 2 of that, I don't know what you're talking about. Then he'd gotten addicted to drugs that made him sleepy, but did nothing else. Once seeing only darkness in his future, he'd planned to commit suicide. In the chaos after the earthquake 6 years ago, he'd finally managed to leave his room, but his family had already given up on him. After he failed his entrance exams, he went on to live on his own in Shibuya, and he hadn't spoken to his parents since. I paid twice that in LA. Oh, I believe it. It's weird. I feel like the story is minorly predictable so far. Chapter 2, for what it's worth. But it's enjoyable. I like the music a lot, shockingly a lot. And some of the character models are good, and some are just, they ride that line of does it look good? Does it look bad? They ride that line sometimes. The reflections and lighting are great. Whatever engine they're running on does light reflections really well, shockingly, for a game. I don't hate it, but I keep playing it, so that's something. 1-bedroom apartment, yeah, that's a lot. Testament. Oh, some of them ride that uncanny valley. Some of them, it just toes that line of does that look good or does that look really weird? Which is it? The main girl really toes that line. I feel like the guy looks a little more distinct, but sometimes it just looks like they're sometimes it looks like it's a human actor with just an anime girl face mask on sometimes, and it's just weird. Even though it's objectively a good-looking game, it hits that uncanny valley occasionally. Not all the time, just sometime. Not enough to make me go oh, I can't play this, but just a little, just a little bit of the time, it has that look, and I'm just The combat's fine enough. I finally got to some combat. The overworld stuff is entertaining. The characters are funny. I don't hate it, but I wouldn't be 10 out of 10, greatest game of all time either. After he failed his entrance exams, he went to live on his own in Shibuya, and he hadn't spoken to his parents since. As far as they knew, he failed the exams 3 times in a row. In fact, he hadn't even gone to the test after the first time. There wasn't anything he wanted to learn in college, or any companies he wanted to work for badly enough. Jeez. Yeah, I guess if you're going to live in one of the biggest cities, in the world, you gotta pay for it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I know New York ain't cheap either. That's the only one I really know much of. Yeah. I had no goal in life at all. But things were different now. Maybe At-chan does tell the truth sometimes. Guess I'll have some cheese. Wait, that is not how I expected that sentence to finish. I did not expect that to end with cheese. Fictional, a huge anonymous message board that's the largest of its kind in Japan. Its catchphrase is everything from hacking to tonight's dinner, and its boards contain comments on every topic imaginable. As of 2015, half of users are in their late 20s to early 40s, and the age of the average user goes up every year. The primary reason for this is believed to be that younger users are switching to social networks. There you go. Less 4chan users, because Facebook. You heard it here first, folks. He took a block of cheese he'd brought at the supermarket out of the fridge. A cheap cheese. Usually he never ate anything this cheap. But on Niconia live streaming, it wasn't just what you said, how you looked when you said it also mattered. A live streaming service offered by Niconia. Just like normal Niconia videos, viewers can add comments to the video itself, and the streamer can see what the viewers are saying in real time. Niconia offers official streams as well, and while after the site's founding, many of them were subculture related. Lately they've now expanded into news, sports, politics, and economics. As of 2015, their lineup is a match for any major TV station. There you go. Introduced to Fester. Yeah. One was awful from the beginning. The other has just steadily gone downhill. I'm absolutely old enough to remember having to sign up with a college ID for Facebook. You had to have a college email address, and it was super useful because it would show other people who were in your classes. So if you missed, I don't know, Meteorology 101 or something, you could see the other people who were in that class and message somebody, be like, hey, any chance they can get those notes or something. That's a long time ago, though. A long time ago. Utani wasn't a good-looking man, let alone a cute girl. He was just a plain old guy, and so to keep his program popular, he needed to make them think that he was poor, barely managing to scrape by, in fact. I mean, that's how I keep you guys around, right? I just mention how poor I am all the time. Just all the time. I just always constantly mention how poor I am, and that's the only reason people watch Viperland. That's it. Yep, So all the people on Facebook got old? Yeah, partially. Twitter has good and bad sides for sure. Twitter is great for art. Well, a lot of the social messaging areas, the social websites are really good for art as long as you're looking for it. Yeah, exactly. Use it to like art. That's pretty much it. That's why he kept the area around his PC and the parts of his apartment that you could see with his webcam completely plain. Last month, he finally reached his goal of 4,000 viewers. Note to self: become poor, get more viewers. For a man with nothing going for him like Otani, this was extremely unusual. 3 months ago, he'd guessed the winners of a popularity contest a certain idol group was holding, as well as their total number of votes. That must have really paid off. After that, his numbers had been going up steadily. Late last month, when his streams had appeared at the top of Niconia's page, he'd seen a huge increase. Yeah, who would have thought if you placed at the top of Twitch, you get a lot of viewers. Crazy, I know. Yeah, you know. Wario's weird sometimes. There's one small streaming trick, yeah. Japan's largest video sharing service, often used to refer to the site that offers this service. Niconia is unique for the way that user comments can be embedded in the video directly. Many of its users are younger and recently has developed its own unique culture in the areas of music. Oreos being on sale. Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. And then they sold out before you could even buy them if you wanted them. Right now he's gotten above 4,500 and it was quite possible he'd break 5,000 by the end of the month. It was around late last year when he'd started to wonder about his power. There was a certain rumor on one of At-chan's occult boards that made him really start to realize what he had. The name he'd chosen for his stream subtly reflected this. Then I learned that I can see the future. He took out a knife to cut the cheese. It's a strange sound. He thought he just imagined it when Whose knocks are those knocks? Knock, 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 knock. He heard it again. It's coming from the door. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Someone was clearly knocking on his door. Yep, Door being knocked on is considered strange. Huh? Jungle, maybe? An American online... Oh. Okay. American online shopping site that is the largest in the world. It said that 1 in 5 internet users has purchased something from it. It sells books, appliances, food, clothes, anything you can imagine is on sale there. Jungle. Heckin'. Alright, that got me. Caught me off guard. Suspicious. He walked towards the door to answer, then checked the clock. It was 11:41 p.m. Not exactly normal delivery hours. Yeah, Amazon, Jungle. Oh, come on, I'm streaming right now. It's almost as bad as the classic McDonald's. Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. Fake brands in like anime, TV, movies, whatever. Always good. He tried to ignore it. But the knocking continued. It was the same rhythm at the same pace. As if the visitor's goal wasn't to come inside, but simply to make that sound. Utani felt a bit creeped out. He decided to go to the intercom camera and see who it was, but then realized that would be pointless. Only the auto-locking door on the first floor had a camera. Excuse me. Grim is dead. As long as this takes place after, Grim is dead. The door to Utani's room on the 5th floor had an intercom, but no camera. Utani gave up. Damn it. If you want something, push the intercom button. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Buzz. Maybe it's a drunk? Yeah, drunks are definitely known for knocking in an off rhythm the same way repeatedly without saying a word. No, the knocks were too steady for that, yeah. And there was no voice yelling at him to open up. He'd seen the store a million times, but suddenly it looked somehow different. Someone he didn't know was on the other side of the wall, demanding entry in the middle of the night. Somehow this made the door seem intimidating. Utani thought he might look through the peephole to see who was outside. He was then disgusted to find himself too scared to even get close to the door. I hope he has it locked at least. Wait, the intercom didn't have a camera, but it did have a microphone. He turned towards the living room so he could use the intercom to find out what they wanted. Utani, it's me. Sorry to come by so suddenly. He stopped when he heard that voice. It's me. I'm very sorry to bother you at this hour. Utani tried to remember who the speaker was, but found he couldn't. But from the tone of the voice and the words, they probably weren't a weirdo. When they said I'm sorry, it sounded like they really meant it. Utani sighed softly with relief, and then realized he was still carrying the knife he had been using to cut cheese. He suddenly felt stupid to feel so nervous. He quickly laid the knife on top of the sink. Right, I'll open it up now. Who is it? It's me, don't you remember? The voice simply repeated itself. But who are you? Utani whispered to himself as he opened the door. Utani narrowed his eyebrows at the people standing there. He looked them up and down and then looked at their faces again. Their eyes met. Who are you guys? Utani suddenly felt a piercing headache. Jungle has books. It does, yes. Utani closed his eyes and put his right hand up to his temple. He could feel the blood pounding in his veins through his fingers. He staggered and quickly put his other hand up against the wall to keep from falling over. Hey! Thank you so much, Hackfrid. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good night. That's great. Oh, cool. Very nice. I've not played this one. We're going through the whole series, and now we're here. We played Chaos Head. We have not. I know nothing of Child, so I'm getting into it now. But yeah, welcome. Hope you enjoy. The pain was like the old days when he'd overdosed on antidepressants, but much more intense. He grit his teeth against the pain, I assume, and dug his nails into the wall that was holding him up. As he waited for the pain in his fingers to help dull the pain in his mind. Mr. Utani, are you okay? He heard a voice he'd heard many times before and felt a concerned hand on his shoulder. He somehow managed to ignore the pain and open his eyes. A worried face was peering down at him. Yeah, I'm fine. This just happens sometimes lately. I'd be super worried if that just happened. Well, no worries, it's all good. I'm expected. Yeah, it happens. That's what random does, Sor. Overwork, perhaps? You've been so busy lately, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. You're always such a worrier. I'm fine, come in. This is all happening while he's alive, too. He opened his mouth as wide as he could and moaned, trying to ease the pain, as he let his important guest inside. As he turned his back on his guests, he told himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen them, or maybe not. It couldn't have been more than 2 months since they last met. It only felt long because he wanted to see them so badly. Oh, right. It was nice of you to come by, but I'm streaming. While he was out here, he decided he would cut some cheese for himself and his guests. Oh, don't worry about us. No, I can't do that to you guys. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. The blade wasn't cutting into the cheese. That's strange, he told himself as he pushed down with more force. Oh, goody. I guess we're just gonna start here. He cut into its surface, and it made an unpleasant sound he'd never heard before, but no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't go further. Okay. Great. Lovely. Wonderful. Amazing. Confused, he yanked the knife back and forth like a saw, but it only cut in slightly... okay, yep, we're just gonna... Okay. Cool. It was as if there was something hard inside the cheese. Even though he'd just taken it out of the fridge, it was slightly warm. Damn it, what's going on with this thing? Irritated, he slammed the handle of the knife against the cheese, but all it did was bash it in a little. He couldn't cut through it. God damn it! I'll help you. His guests must have heard the sound because they rushed over. They had another knife. When did they get that out? There's a trick to cutting this thing. They put the knife up against the cheese and began to move it with a practiced hand. Alright. It sounds like your work is going well. They smiled at Utani, their voices slightly low. Utani realized that they were trying to keep their voices from being picked up by the streaming microphone and lowered his voice as well. Yeah. He grinned and nodded. His guest had introduced him to a firm that handled advertising space for popular websites, which had been giving him regular work. His reputation had quietly spread throughout the small web advertising industry, and soon he was getting more and more offers. This job's all about predicting trends, so it's perfect for me. I can't lose. Then why do these streams? It's hard to say, I guess. You could say I'm trying to see how far I can go. That's right. Its power wasn't meant to be wasted on jobs that anyone could do. No one's done this before, so I can't ask anybody about it, you know? So I want to do everything I can by myself, or am I sounding like a show-off? No, it's wonderful, I think, and done. Great, they're done cutting the cheese. Sure that'll have a good resolution. After he'd smacked it a few times, the cheese was a little funny looking, but the even slices were lined up neatly on the plate. Cheese, yeah. Sorry to make you help like that. Cheese that is warm even though it came out of the fridge. That made a weird sound when he cut it. That seems to have something hard in the middle of it. I'm sure it's cheese. It's nothing. Go on. I'll wait until your stream is finished. Thanks. If you want something from the fridge, grab it. Oh, but be quiet. Utani took his cheese back to his seat and saw a flood of comments reading, "He's late, and did he log off?" Everyone just got really dry in the fridge. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, dry and warm. And yeah. But not necessarily hard on the outside, hard in the middle. Yeah, that seems Very, very plausible. What should have only been 3 minutes, it turned into more than 15. Watani put a bite of the cheese in his mouth and began to chew loudly. Oh man, he said it was cheap cheese, but that looks like smoked Gouda to me. And boy do I love some smoked Gouda. Just forgot to debone it. Yeah, that's why you buy boneless cheese. Oh, people are watching this. So sorry, I bought this cheese on sale and it's just so incredibly hard. Oh. Yep, okay. He apologized to the camera, remembering to keep up the act of being poor and starving. And as he hoped, the comments started to come in. I heard you have new hobbies. This is weird. Nikoni is always like this, right? Shake, shake. Reported the broadcast will end soon. You trained in Hollywood, I can tell. This is making me sick. What happened? I'm very worried. Yeah, stop. It's disgusting. I can't read the okay. Utani's face took on a confused expression. The comments were strange. He thought there might be something on the camera, but he turned around and saw only his fake poor room. Something wrong? He spoke into the camera, but the comments still didn't make any sense, and they were coming in faster. Yeah, I like it as an idea, but I feel like it would definitely be very distracting for me. I think it's a cool idea, but it would be really hard for me to watch a popular video with that. Maybe there was a problem with the camera. He reached his right hand out towards it. In an instant, his headache was back. It was the same pain as before, no, worse. He closed his eyes and jerked forward, banging his head against the desk, but the pain in his head was so bad that he didn't even feel it. He tried to hold his head in his hands, but for some reason his right hand wouldn't move. For some reason. So instead he pushed his other hand up against his temple. Felt squishy. The vein was incredibly swollen, and it felt like rubber. And each time he felt his blood pulse through it, there was an unpleasant sensation in his fingers. Good times to start out yeah. He stamped his feet against the floor, hoping to find some small escape from the pain. But it didn't even get slightly better. It was then that he realized he was crying. He could feel the tears coming from his eyes. The pain was moving there now, too. Unable to bear it, he opened his eyes. Oh, that's so many. Okay. He gasped. The whole scene appeared in front of him like some kind of awful magic trick. What's going on? He suddenly heard the sound of something wet dripping onto the floor. His eyes reflectively turned towards it. His right arm was gone at the elbow, and the stump was gushing blood. There was a pool of it on the floor, and the sound he heard was the new blood splattering onto it. Huh? Otani didn't understand what happened to him. What was going on? He'd just gone to check on a knock at the door. The pain screamed within him. Oh, super fun times. Gotta start chaos with good times. Any sense of pain in what remained in his right arm was overcome by the pain in his head. He felt nothing from his arm at all, though he saw the blood dripping on the floor. What the hell was going on? He blinked and forced his aching eyes to function as he looked around the room. Excuse me. On top of his desk, he found the rest of his arm. It was sitting on a plate. At first it looked like it was still in one piece, but it wasn't. It was neatly sliced into uniform pieces. Each piece was about a centimeter wide, and the slices moved neatly towards his fingers. They sat upon the plate roughly in his arm's original shape. Miraculously, he saw there was no blood on the tip of his index finger. He still didn't understand that it was really his own arm. But sheer disgust at what he saw caused him to leap out of his chair. What was this? What kind of prank was this? Prank. Yep, super prank. Haha. The contents of his stomach flooded into his mouth. He vomited. Also, hey Seventh, welcome to Viperland in the chat. Only good times here on Chaos Nights. The pink fluid splashed against the desk. He saw something solid in the middle of it. It was a thumb. It was covered in bite marks, saliva, and stomach acid, but horribly, he remembered it. What? When had he put that into his mouth? In his pain-filled mind, he suddenly heard a sound he'd never heard before. Each time he heard the sound, the pain in his head got worse. He's having a good day. A good day. He turned towards the camera, hoping for an answer to what was happening. But of course, there was none to be found. The screen was still filled with comments, but his eyes were too filled with tears for him to read them. As the whole world turned red, Otani didn't even realize that his lips were turning purple. His lips had turned purple from lack of oxygen, but were stained red with blood from his severed thumb, which he had chewed himself. As he tried to fight the pain, he began to fall unconscious, and tears fell from his eyes. The tears seemed pink to him. Otani was weeping blood. He died, still facing the camera. Welp. His guests watched the chain of events unfold, then silently headed for the door. Just before they left the room. Goodbye. I mean, you gotta be polite, they said, as if nothing at all was wrong, and shut the door. Yeah. Cool. God, what the hell? Sick, extra saucy. I'm bored. Go back to the usual stream. I'm bored. Go back to the usual stream. Oh. Okay. September 19th, 2015, Friday night. Pooh, says a woman, also 1 second nose. Momone Takayanagi, yeah. Momone Takayanagi had finished her concert. Like always, she stayed behind to help put away the instruments. She even helped clean up the audience seats, even though that was the concert hall's job. Only after all of that was done could she take a break. There wasn't much time left before her solo street concert, but she still had to help anyway. She'd always been like that. INS, rock. A bunch of other logos I don't recognize. Something that just says piss. Even if it wasn't her responsibility, she couldn't help but get involved. It was like in middle school, when one of her friends who wasn't as good at studying asked for test notes. Or in high school, when a girl she knew asked her how to make Valentine's chocolate for a boy she really liked. She stayed up so many nights on her own test grades were worse than her friends, and she didn't even have anyone to give chocolate to on Valentine's Day. In the end, it was the other person's responsibility, not hers, but... Ska on the left. There. Oh, yeah, Ska. Yeah, hard to miss that one. No. What could be clap? Something teen, punk, blue, all need... Go... straight? Yeah. Clap seems a reoccurring thing, but I guess if you're, a musician, applause is good. Basically, I'm just a huge wuss. Momone Takayanagi was at heart scared of not doing everything she could, even if everything wasn't her responsibility. The concert today was another big success. Sure, it was a tiny room that could only fit 150 people or so, standing room only, but tickets were 3,000 yen, high for a band with an amateur vocalist like her, and they still sold out instantly. I don't know why I got so many hiccups tonight. It was bizarre how excited the crowd was. She'd heard sobs during the ballad, and during one of the high-tempo songs, the audience had stood up all the way to the back row. I thought you said it was standing room only, though. They did, right? Standing room only. Alright, they stood up all the way to the back row. In a room that held 150 standing people. That's rare. This is impossible. She felt a chill and hugged herself tightly. It's not that her band wasn't popular. It started out in the Nikoniya Sang It category, and it had kept going by doing covers of popular anime songs. Category tag on Nikoniya video site. Category tags are genres defined by the site's administrators, such as anime, gaming, and sports, that are used to classify the videos that users upload. Sang It, as the name suggests, is a genre where the uploader sings a song in the video. There are many different types of sang it songs, such as original songs, covers of existing songs, even songs with lyrics added to what was originally instrumental music. Sang It's relationship to the Vocaloid genre has helped it expand its popularity with the younger generation, to the point where there are now even books and events dedicated to the genre. In 2015, it was one of the most popular genres in Nukunia, and many people have turned pro after uploading a Sang It video. W, though we missed this from earlier, net slang, Japanese counterpart of the English lol, short for warai, which means laughter. It's said to find its origin in a certain non-Japanese online game, which only allowed for the use of the English alphabet. By putting W's in the middle or at the end of a phrase, a user can indicate that they are laughing. Often used in at-chan in Nukunia, and often used to indicate mocking or derisive laughter. Mayashiro believes a person's use of W is a sign that they are of low intelligence, and he refuses to use it himself. Okay. I like the definitely not Miku back there. Miku with two faces. It helped that her face, which had earned the nickname Scarecrow in school, could look really good when she wore makeup. And if all of them put on ridiculous costumes and acted like idiots, some people would enjoy that. Videos of the concerts and performances pulled a decent number of views online, but Takayanagi noticed. The vast majority of the people looking at the videos were people who'd come to her concerts. People who'd experienced that insane intensity were going back to the videos to try and feel it again. And Takayanagi knew that they probably wouldn't feel even 1% of it. It's just impossible. The ticket prices and audience sizes were one thing, but the strangest thing to her was their eyes. Their eyes pierced right through her, unblinking. They were like pets, totally dependent on their master. The meaning of the lyrics began to take over their lives, and they never even questioned it. There has to be something wrong with my voice. When she first realized that this was happening, she tried to quit the band. Even if she couldn't, she at least wanted to stop doing the live shows, where people heard her directly. But the others around her wouldn't let that happen. Your voice is amazing, they would tell her. They forced her to keep singing, even as the concerts began to terrify her. Takayanagi tried to get out of it, but in the end she kept giving in. She owed her fellow band members for getting a plain dull girl like her into music. And for a while, part of her managed to have fun. But in the end, Takayanagi lacked the tiny bit of courage needed to break out of the cycle. I like how she said sigh. She forced herself to get up and head towards the street concert, which she didn't really want to do. She received an email. She read it slowly. No way. She almost dropped her smartphone. She read it again and again, trying to control her shaking hands. It was nothing special, just a simple message about one of the songs she'd made. Good song, keep it up. No way. Takayanagi tried to stop the tears, but couldn't. The band would get too many messages like this to count, especially after concerts. She knew it was rude, but to be honest, she was sick of them. But this email address wasn't from her band, for her band. It was one for a site where she had anonymously uploaded original songs. In other words, whoever sent this message hadn't come to her concerts. They'd never heard her voice live or felt its strange power. They'd still said they liked her song. Really? Wiping away tears that wouldn't stop, she quickly wrote a response. That makes me really happy, thank you. Even after she sent it, she kept crying for a while. She hadn't cried this much since the earthquake, and then she stood up. Stupid things. She took her costume for the day concert out of her bag, balled them up, and threw them in the trash. It was a white caped outfit, worn by some angel character in some anime. Certain fans really loved it, but she didn't care about it at all. She took a wet towel off a nearby table and violently wiped away her makeup. Think I'm okay with being a scarecrow. She was never wearing another cape or putting on makeup to look like an anime character again. Never, she said aloud. She realized she was more excited than she'd ever been before. And then she started to realize what she wanted to do. I guess I could just leave Shibuya. I'm sure things are going to get messy here. What would happen if she said she was going to quit the band? It caused trouble for a lot of people, definitely. Her band was scheduled to play at the Restoration Festival. But even so, she never wanted to sing at another concert. I shouldn't use the street where I've done shows, or my fans will see me. Wait, I'll be fine with this face. She laughed and kissed her smartphone. Oh wow, this is so much fun. She couldn't wait to get home and start fiddling with her music. Over the web, she could really share her music with others. As long as they weren't hearing her voice live, it would be fine. If she just played a recording from a speaker, for example. I had a small speaker in my house, don't I? That's right. She'd leave Shibuya, and when she had a few more songs, she could record them and play them at a street concert. That speaker was small enough that she could fit it under her clothes to fool people. It would be rude to do the same song every time, so each time she'd re-record it at home. Oh, well, somebody else with a long and healthy life ahead of them. There's a knock at the door. One of the staffers, maybe? Oh, jeez, I'm coming. She smiled and answered them. Now that she'd thrown away her clothes, her bag was lighter than she'd ever imagined it could be. That lightness made her think about the future. She was happy. For a short time, I guess. A jungle delivers at all times, yeah, I know.
Hi!
I'm coming. Takayanagi happily danced towards the door, completely ignorant of what was on the other side. Clearly a friend. Ah, September 19th, 2015, Friday night. Shortly after she finished, she was walking through Shibuya. She had a limp and dragged one leg behind her as if it was injured. Her bangs were unnaturally long, most of her face was covered by them. She wore a dark-colored dress that seemed to melt into the night, and above it a bright red cardigan. Her chest, arms, and legs were almost completely covered. Despite the fact that the night was still warm, she wore gloves, as if it were a sin to show any skin at all. Oh, sorry. She ran into a couple coming out of a hotel and staggered slightly. But she didn't even look at the people she ran into. She looked down and disappeared into the streets of Shibuya. The Ringu girl confirmed, clearly, except it's white hair, so totally different. What was that? Man, talk about creepy. Hey, did you see her face? Maybe, I was gonna say maybe it's younger Sadako before, and she dyes her hair, but like, Ringu Zero exists, which is a prequel, and she does have black hair in that too, so it doesn't trace. Hey, did you see her face? Huh? Wow. It was so weird. What was that? Those eyes were so weird. Digital naivete. Or native, sorry. Whoops. I can read. Hey, a trophy! Yes, good. Give me them trophies. Another game we can platinum. Didn't get any trophies for Science Geek because we had already platinumed it, so gotta get them here. For example, let's say you asked a kid in middle school, do you know what Schrodinger's cat is? Most would say yes, or I've heard of it. We'll start by eliminating the DQNs who say they've never heard of it. Japanese nut slang, pronounced do-kyun, used to refer to people who are stupid, antisocial, or delinquents, so not them. Next you ask, well, what was it? Next we eliminate those poor fools who say it's something about a cat in a box, right? Or there's this cat, but you don't know if it's alive or dead, right? Maybe they say there's a cat in a box and next to it there's a device that may or may not give off poison gas. You don't know if the cat's alive or dead till you open the box. Everybody knows that. We can eliminate these show-offs as well. Anybody from these groups is a wrong-sider. Someone on the wrong side of the digital or information divide. The term wrong-sider originally referred to those who, for various reasons, found it difficult to use information in communications technology, like the internet. Lately, however, it's come to refer also to people who can't properly use the information they have, or who are simply ignorant. On internet message boards, the term is often used to refer to people whose understanding is incorrect, or whose information is out of date. Miyashiro uses the term in the latter sense of the word, not its original meaning. Okay. The right answer would be to describe the experiment and then say, it was a thought experiment proposed by Schrödinger to criticize the quantum mechanical theory that state collapses only occur after human observation. But barely anyone can do that. You're asking for a very specific answer. Even if the other answers were technically right, then I'd imagine that I'm the only guy who's still in high school who knows that Schrödinger got the idea after exchanging letters with Einstein. Are we going to have another protagonist who thinks he's the greatest thing in the world? Smarter than everyone, better than... I hate wrong-siders. I've taken a break from investigating the two incidents. That occurred recently in Shibuya, and was paging through some at-channel blog aggregators for a change of pace. As always, articles about bad idols and corporations with terrible work environments were getting tons of hits. It's hard to believe that the crash of 15, a huge news story that had just happened this month, was already off the front page. Fictional, on September 2015, the largest solar storm in recorded history. Oh, yes, we've got some robotics here. Still be much better than Taku. Actually, style MC, it does, doesn't it? Causing electronics failures worldwide, damage to infrastructure, and the panic that resulted in some areas, particularly in North America, became known as the Crash of 15. A large hole opened in the Earth's electromagnetic shield, leaving Earth defenseless against the solar flare. Since absolutely no precautions were taken beforehand, the powerful electric current damaged electronics and high-voltage transformers, shutting down the electrical grid. The reconstruction project in Shibuya had only just finished its redesign of the city's infrastructure, and while Japan suffered relatively little damage, Shibuya in particular suffered almost none. Did the people reading and commenting on these sites realize that everything they read about corporations and idols was carefully controlled? Did they know that most of the big aggregator sites are corporations too? Did they realize that the comments were all manipulated to go one direction or another? Kids our age were living in a world where all the information you could ever want was right at your fingertips. To those of us in the enlightened generation, ignorance was the worst sin. Excuse me. A word first used on the internet in the 2010s. The exact boundaries of the generations are unspecific, but it's often used to refer to people born in the 1990s. Members of this generation are said not to want things that they don't need and to act logically, rather than putting forth unneeded effort. It's said that one cause of this is that the internet was widely available by the time they were old enough to use it, which exposed them to information about society and reality at an earlier point, and a deeper level than generations before them. Yeah, clearly arrogance is not. No. The ignorant were self-righteous, easily manipulated, and eager to push their paper-thin worldview into others. They were nothing but a nuisance. The worst of the lot were so-called otaku. I couldn't stand otaku. They were wrong-siders. Take the picture on the cover of this magazine. It was from Bloodtoon. Bloodtoon, the animation. Originally a manga that was turned into an anime, 26 episodes in all. Thank you. Any otaku who just watched it for the cute characters was a loser. There was no point in watching the show if you were going to ignore its deeper themes. So you hate otaku more than anything, but you watch anime. But anybody who watches anime for the cute characters, wrong. You gotta... His favorite show is Rick and Morty, isn't it? Because he's the only one smart enough to understand it. Nobody else gets it. I've never actually seen Rick and Morty, and I'm sure it's a fine, entertaining show. I have no doubt of that. But man, some of the fans of it give it a bad name. I couldn't stand people who still held to the old-fashioned idea that only otaku watch it. Okay, well, he called me out for that one. But people who ignored the show's themes and just watch it for the cuteness were even worse. Everyone's bad. There's a reason I can think of that every single person I've ever encountered in my life is worse than me, because I'm smarter. They were ignoring the implicit social criticism hidden in...
Nani?
What? I stared at the magazine in amazement. Specifically, I stared at the box that listed the next episode previews. The text said that Erin was missing. Full name, Erin Frey Orgel, a 10-year-old female character who appears in Bloodtoon, the animation. She speaks in a haughty, archaic manner and always looks down on others. The younger sister of Sierra Orgel, the main heroine and also a princess of Star. Her catchphrase is "Insolent fool, Star." She has a deadly magical stick named Ochimusha Star Compiler. Okay.
Bakaka.
Idiots. Damn it, I let my guard down because I knew this episode was written by the guy who wrote the original manga. The original author doesn't know anything about his own work. Yes, I'm sure you know the original author's work better than they do. Go on. Find them. Tell them that. Please, please do that. How could you remove Aaron from the story halfway through? Not keeping her around meant bringing all the internal drama that had been built up for so long to a halt. God damn it. So much for my change of pace. I knew I had work to do on the case, but I'd put it away because I couldn't find any link between the two crimes. I thought for a moment, then took my magazine from its secret stash. It was an issue of an older magazine called Cool Cat Press. Young Man's Magazine, founded in 1979, a so-called dating manual, contained large amounts of information about how to seduce women, popular fashions, and the ideal spots for first kisses, all of which was of dubious accuracy. It was very popular between the late 80s and early 90s, but circulation gradually declined. And in 2004, the magazine shut down. You can still find it in the magazine corners of used bookstores. People called it a dating guide for normals written by someone who'd never dated a girl in his life, but you'd be surprised. Magic words to make any girl fall in love with you. Yeah, no, that sounds like a dating guide for somebody who's never talked to a girl before. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Excuse me. Change the ending, infuriate the fan base. I mean... yeah, see, I'm not up to date on Titan or Demon Slayer. I guess I'm not up to date on Evangelion either. I haven't seen the most recent movie. I was a big Eva fan for a short window of time in college, but I haven't actually seen the most recent movie. I've seen all the other ones. I haven't seen the newest one. I should. It would be nice to see it all wrap up. Or at least, even if it doesn't all wrap up, it would be nice to see Anno get a break. Even though I'm sure he won't. It doesn't matter what's in the movie. It doesn't matter. He will never get a break. That's the thing. Ever, ever. I knew it was stupid, but when I ran an internet search for their #1 phrase, nothing came back. Maybe it was just... maybe you're reading... That's fine. So everybody he talks to is wrong and on the wrong side of things and bad and just not him seems to be his issue. But this dating magazine from like the early 90s, that's got the answers to everything. And that was the thing. The fact that it didn't show up on the internet meant to me that it was worth something. Sure. I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but may I fall in love with you? That's the line. Yeah, go ahead. Just find a woman on the streets. Try it, dude. Try it. With who? That's the sound of an exclamation point. Yep. What are you doing? Turn to yell at the voice. Huh? Onoe? When did you get here? I hid my favorite magazine behind my back and tried to calm my racing heart. Even if we've known each other since we were kids, don't just come in like that. I did knock, so what's that magazine? Anything interesting? Oh, super interesting. It's nothing! I couldn't let her find out. This was bad. What's going on? Why are you wearing your school uniform? Didn't you go home? Serika frowned. You're the one who told me to go investigate the crime scenes for our club today. Huh? That's right. There you go. More pictures from the crime scenes. Real 16 gigabytes. Serika took a USB memory stick out of her purse. Oh, thanks. Could you transfer it to my computer for me while you're at it? Serika looked a little confused. That's rare. You never let anyone touch your computer. Not really. You're allowed. Because the magazine's more important, clearly. She didn't seem to think much of it. She started to copy the data. Okay, now's my chance. The RV was cramped, but there was a lot of space for storage. See, protagonist has upgraded from a steel box, a literal just steel shipping container, to an RV. Still small, still cramped, still lonesome, but it's not just solid metal and a box on a roof. You know, it's fine. But there was a lot of space for storage over that. I pretended to make tea as I tried to find room on the top shelf. Okay, there's just enough room for one more magazine. The Harem King himself voices him. Matsu Yoka Kirito. Oh, okay, I was about to say I didn't recognize the name. And then I heard a pew pew sound, like a small fart from behind me. When I think of what a fart sounds like, I think pew pew. I glanced back and saw that Serika was using the mouse with one hand and fiddling with her Garofroggy Garoro strap with the other. This was my chance. The Garofroggy Garoro strap was a soft vinyl cell phone strap I'd won in a candy contest when I was a kid. When you pushed its belly, it was supposed to go Garo Garo. Turned out to be an incredibly rare prize that could fetch 100,000 yen at an auction, but since I was a kid who didn't know any better, I gave it to Serika as a present. So, like some sort of metal Upa or something, Serika seemed to really like it, and ever since she'd carried it with her, except I guess she didn't lose it. Which, well, that was fine, but... It was old and faded, and when you pressed its belly, air leaked out of its eyes and made a weird noise. It used to go Garoro Garo, I think, but now it just made a strange whooshing sound. Ever since she was a kid, she had a habit of fiddling with it, especially when she was nervous or focused on something. In other words, she was focused on the computer. Now is my chance to hide it. Before she finds all this porn on the computer. I jammed the magazine into the shelf and moved some things so she couldn't see it. I like the concept. Want a mountain view? So that's going to be the soda of choice here. I like the concept that he's so convinced that he's absolutely correct about everything and better than everyone, but is super ashamed of the magazine that he thinks it's accurate. He thinks that magazine actually has the answers, but is super ashamed of that. Nah, don't waste it. I'm leaving in a second anyway. Okay, all done. Oh, there's a lot of... That's a lot of pictures, yep. There are quite a few files on the screen. You took a lot of pictures. Any luck? I love Mountain View. Ah, yeah, if you can't drink caffeine, Mountain View would be bad. I hate it. Fair enough. Didn't see anything new. What about you, Taku? Find anything new that connects to the two cases?
Yeah.
No. Decaf tea is good. Shook my head, frustrated. Ah, I see. Well, let's not get frustrated yet. I'll see you in the club room tomorrow. Just as she was about to leave, I got an idea. Oh no. I needed to double check my information. This piano theme is just too happy for this game already. Just already, it's too good. Needed to double check my information. She was, in theory, a girl. You're a genius. You're a genius. I'm just asking, but... Huh? Well, let's say someone asked you out. Huh? Just hypothetically, okay? What do you think if they said, I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but may I fall in love with you? She had better just break out laughing. In practice, though, I don't know. Cran grape, drink lemonade, or cran grape juice. Cool. Not a cran fan myself, but lemonade is delicious. Anything grape. Is that what you were just saying? Never mind that. What do you think? So Serika thought for a second. Is this person younger than me? Oh. Alright. Positive or negative? How do we choose? Oh! Okay. Triggers. So we got neutral, positive, negative. What do we do, chat? What do we do? Neutral, positive, negative. This seems like the most important question in the game. Obviously. Clearly it is. Yeah, as much as it was interesting to see the 3D areas of Cass Head, I'm just so much more used to the more traditional things. So looking at the positive side, okay. Same artist. Makes sense. They do look on a positive playthrough. I don't know if we'll keep at it, but we'll see. Positive answers only? I don't know. We'll see. It depends on the questions, I guess. For sure you can tell it's the same artist, or at least an artist very accurately emulating the style, if somehow not. I'm down for positive, though. We got 2 votes for positive, so yeah. Cool.
丁寧語だから。
Since they're being so polite, that's true, come to think of it. Why was it so polite anyway?
年下なのか。
Maybe they are? I mean, never mind that. What do you
そうじゃ
think?
なくて。どうって。
Well, I think it's really polite, but
告白されたことない
nobody's
か
ever
ら。
asked me out, so I don't know.
他には何か思わないか。
Anything else like, oh, how
素
romantic?
敵だな。
Not really. That would depend on the person, right? Grr. What's going on here, cool cat? She wasn't immediately seduced. How could you have lied to me? Magazine people thought was a joke magazine from the early 1990s? Ah. It would depend on the person asking the question. Of course it would. My first delusion trigger. Don't get scared. Didn't get scared and tried a delusion trigger. But if it were you to... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But if it were you, Taku... It's warbly. Maybe I'd think about it. Circa's whisper was so soft I could barely hear it. Huh? What did you just say? Oh, nothing. Uncomfortable closeness? No, I didn't hear that wrong. Was Cool Cat right after all? No, wait. It's Serica we're talking about here. Is that possible? Usually when you've known somebody since you were little, you're so close that you don't realize when they're attracted to you. Do you like me? But what about you, Taku? Huh? What about... I mean, just hypothetically, do you like me? You can't ask that hypothetically. She was trying to hide the fact that she was blushing, but she was staring straight at me as she waited for an answer. Was she serious? Excuse me. From the look of things, she was definitely serious. Really? Serica liked me? I suddenly started to see her not as a childhood friend, but as a member of the opposite sex. And then I snapped out of it. Dating her might not be so bad. We both knew everything about each other. Well, what was I supposed to do at a time like this? Was there anything about this in Cool Cat Press? I don't know, you already put it away. Who knows? That's right, there was a hint in the January 24th, 1999 edition from a column called Everything You Wanted to Know About Seducing Your Childhood Friend But Were Afraid to Ask. Oh boy, and this is the magazine he's like, this has got all the real answers you can't find anywhere else. It was, how would you like your childhood friend to say they loved you? Number 3, softly in a love letter, -5 people. Number 2, in an embarrassing text message, -17 people. Number 1, work up the courage and kiss me now, -128 people. Work up the courage and kiss me now. Onoe, no. Serica. Huh? I got close to Serica and softly put my hands on her shoulders. Our faces were right next to one another. Serica was beet red, but she didn't look away from me. I'm a kind man. I'll take good care of you. No, Taku, it's all too sudden. I mean... Serica's lips were quivering. I want your lips. Wow, smooth guy. Okay. Alright, it's market. Hour and 11 minutes. Hour and 12, sorry. We just, we hit kiss percent. We're done. Speed run over. Serica closed her eyes. Oh, Serica Onoe, my beloved. Why did I not notice your beauty sooner when you were next to me all this time? I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but may I fall in love with you? No, I've already fallen in love with you. The power of being Kirito, apparently. Taku, kiss me, steal my lips away. She whispered in a quavering voice, and I couldn't control myself any longer. Give me 500 yen. Alright, I did like that. That was a good one too. Huh? She wanted 500 yen for a kiss? Just 500 yen? Huh? No, wait, calm down. Get a hold of yourself. This is just a simulation. This isn't what would happen in real life. It couldn't. Serica wasn't that type of girl. Took a deep breath to calm my heart. 500 yen? What are you talking about? Yeah, I forgot. She showed me the paper bag she was holding. I just ran into Gen. He gave me this, said it was your usual. I paid him 500 yen for it.
いつもの
My usual? Confused, I took the bag from her. Gen's usual changed every time I talked to him, so I couldn't count on it. What was it today? Oh, what is it? That drunk old bastard! What's your usual? Nothing here! Nothing! Here, 500 yen!
500円
Excuse me. Have I been bamboozled? Who knows? There's nothing but bamboozles here. Forced 500 yen into her hands. Ignoring her persistent questions, I led her to the door.
明日学校で
I'll see you at school tomorrow. Huh?
データはありがとう
Thanks for the pictures. They're a big help.
分かったよ
Fine. Reluctantly, she left my room. Whew. Damn it. Sure, this is what I always bought from Gen, but the information in the last one was no good. What the heck was a cool cat anyway? A cold cat? Is it cold because it's dead? 100 ways to secretly show your sexy side.
じゃない
Excuse me. No. I needed to hide this too. But I had so many of them now, I was running out of room on the top shelf. Sounds like it. When I tried to force it in, a mountain of old papers came falling out. Damn it, no room, huh? What's this? It was an old scrapbook about the murders that had occurred 6 years ago in Shibuya. We know nothing of those, right? I'd bought it from Gen too, come to think of it. Yeah, I'd already scanned it, but I had forgotten to throw out the original. It's... I don't even think he's collecting as much as studying them, which is even worse. How could I, of all people, be so lax with information? I just have to bundle it up with the rest of my collection. My eyes lingered for a second on the page. Come to think of it. I quickly ran over to my PC. I opened the files on the cases that I'd been looking for.
マジか
Seriously? My words were a whisper. I looked back at the scrapbook, then compared it to the data on the PC. There's no doubt, I kept looking at it and it kept saying the same thing. But this, if my hypothesis was right,
きっと
sure, even the police haven't noticed. Yeah, you're smarter than even the police. Strange sumo stickers increasing in Shibuya. Name, Finance Milk Girl, Reproduction Prohibited. offgotaboo.co.jp. Lately, stickers with the face of a sumo wrestler on them have been appearing around Shibuya. Lately, stickers with the face of a sumo wrestler have been appearing around Shibuya. You started seeing them on signs and guardrails all over Shibuya 5 or 6 years ago. There are a lot of other stickers put up by graffiti artists, but Shibuya in particular has a huge number of these sumo stickers. Some have speculated that they're a message from a terrorist group or perhaps a cult. But as of now, there's nothing more than a hypothesis. When asked about the stickers, a 41-year-old man who worked at Shinan Shibuya Hair Salon said, "They're creepy. I wish whoever it was would stop destroying the Shibuya landscape. Sometimes residents will take them down, only to see them reappear later." Shibuya City Hall says, quote, "We are continuing our community outreach efforts to help stop these stickers from being put up. But also, there are no plans to use city funds to remove the stickers. Police have said that placing these stickers on public property is a misdemeanor, but that is extremely difficult to prosecute without catching someone in the act of doing so. They have no current plans for dealing with the stickers either. The citizens of Shibuya are going to be stuck with these stickers for a while, it seems." Anonymous, Reproduction Prohibited. After I first saw one 2 years ago, I'd just been seeing them everywhere. Feels like there are even more lately. Saw another one today. Then presumably another one. Oh, keeps going. These two. WTF, lol. There was one under the escalator at the Hikaraiwo? How the hell did you get one down there? Took this a few years back. I wonder if it's still there. I saw that one too. That's crazy. Gotsun Dosu. I always feel sick when I see that face. I once threw up when I saw one of the stickers. Shit sucks. Whoever puts one up needs to FOAD. Oh, okay. I heard if you scribble on top of one, the sumo wrestler curses you. Anybody else notice it's almost impossible to get the damn things off? Almost like they're stickers. There's neon stickers everywhere. That would be an improvement. Saw my first one today. Stop using these things, Anon. There's a shit ton of them if you image search. Or stop upping these things. I actually saw one of those stickers talking once. It was yelling Dosuko. Delude is still the go-to search engine. Time for your meds, Grandpa. Somebody make a Delude map that lists all their locations. You'll be at it for years. So if you go to Shibuya, you get stare-raped by sumo wrestlers, right? I don't understand the sluts that go to Shibuya to enjoy that. Yay, at-chan. They should just put up a bunch of cute anime girl stickers instead, like Hanoa or Sierra Tan. Then all the otaku dorks would move from Akihabara to Shibuya. I vote for Hangetsu Kamiyama. I feel pressure coming from Ryukyo. This is my prophecy unto you. Someday we will see Sumo Judge sticker. True dat. Yup, that's At this point, only a few people were talking about the sumo wrestler stickers. Who could have known that these eerie stickers would mark the beginning of a world-changing event? Well, you know. No foreshadowing there or anything. Haven't actually saved at all, so let's get a save code. I do like how it's framed, literally. And so, this is a magazine article about the incident that occurred on the 7th. The 7th? Ah, that suicide that took place during a Nikoniya stream, right? I read that article. We don't know for sure that it was a suicide, though. People on the net are calling it the "Don't Look at Me" case. Uh-oh. And here's the video of the broadcast. Of course they'd call it something like that. Oh, yep, there's that. I saw that too. Wait, we saw it together. And here's the building it took place in. Onoe took some more photos from me yesterday. I know that too! And this is the inside of his room. How did she get that? Huh? No way, you took this? When? Wait, how? Yeah, how? Till then, Ito had been disinterestedly pointing his camera at the colorful decorations in the hallways, but this got his attention. Of course it did. No one else had seen these pictures yet. Last weekend, you can see the room from the 5th floor of the karaoke place on the other side of the street. Oh. Seriously? Here. This is the 5th floor. I'd always count on him to be interested when it came to new information. So, what? You went in by yourself? Huh? I mean, you went to the karaoke place by yourself, for karaoke alone? I didn't have a choice, did I? And it's not embarrassing, and I didn't sing, so it wasn't really karaoke. Sure. To be honest, I was a little embarrassed. The guy at the counter, who was probably just a part-timer, had stared at me suspiciously. Maybe I'd attracted his attention by coming in during the middle of the day in my uniform. And since I'd never been there before, he made me fill out membership paperwork. I didn't know how to do it, so it took a long time. I'd actually never been to a karaoke place before in my life. Alright, I got these. Let's go to the next one. This is such a pain. We went over to the gym from the 2nd floor hallway. It was filled with students laughing over who knows what. The whole school was getting ready for the Culture Festival next week. This year's festival was supposed to be a big one. Hekiho Academy was the first private high school built as part of the restoration efforts, and so it was attracting a lot of attention. Of course he goes to a private academy. Private academy in Udagawacho, Shibuya. A mid-sized academy composed of a middle school and high school, with over 1,000 students in total. Its construction was proposed as part of the reconstruction project after the November 2009 Shibuya earthquake. And in April 2012 it was completed. It's small, but the facilities are all brand new, and the students mostly love it. The middle school is located next to the high school. One reason why everyone was so excited for the school fair was the school's lax rules, with lots of clubs and activities. But the biggest reason was the Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival 2 months from now. 2 months from now, on November 9th, would mark 6 years since the Shibuya earthquake. The 5-year anniversary fair last year had affected the whole town. And since the school was in Shibuya too, it would include us. We were just a simple high school, but now our culture festival is being treated as a prelude to the big one, and supposedly there would be TV cameras filming the day of the event. No pressure. Wow, aren't those costumes copyrighted? Can they get away with that? And wait, why are they wearing them now? Ito turned his camera towards a group of people pretending to be pro wrestlers. Ito and I were in the newspaper club, and it was our job to record the festivities. Okay. Principal had ordered that all clubs would participate in the culture festival, and recording the festivities was our way of getting by without having to do much work. Smart. Recording video and taking photos was my hobby, and more than anything, it seemed like the way that would demand I burn the fewest calories. I couldn't see myself participating in any of the usual festival nonsense, like the baseball team's fried baseball ice cream stand. I mean, yeah, it's probably just regular fried ice cream, but regular fried ice cream is tasty, which is probably just regular fried ice cream in a ball. Or the Pro Wrestling Research Club's Mascot Pro Wrestling. So it's not a club that does pro wrestling, or even necessarily a pro wrestling fan club. It's a club in a high school that researches pro wrestling. To what end? Or even the seance that the Mystery Club and Fortune Telling Club were putting on together. Sure, gotta have a seance. They probably just don't have anything better to do. Hey, don't put my whiskers, you'll rip them off. I mean, clearly their booth wouldn't be allowed on school property. Huh? Aren't those antennae? What do you think? If they were antennae, wouldn't they look cuter if you ripped them off? Huh? What? Do I really have to answer such a stupid question? Goddamn normals, go die in a fire. Of course. Hey, don't make fun of normals. I'm a normal. Ooh boy, he thinks he's a normal. Ooh. Ooh. He truly thinks that. Oh no. Mister, I get my dating advice from a trashy magazine from over 10 years ago because I've never actually talked to a real woman outside of my one childhood friend. Thinks he's a normal. What? Huh? Hey, hit it! The camera! He dropped it. That thing's expensive. Hey, what do you mean? You're hurting me. Wait, the camera! Did you betray me? Did you lose a level? When did you get a girlfriend? Mm-hmm. Huh? I don't have a girlfriend? But forget about that. Pick up the camera. What? I slipped out of Ito's grasp to pick up the camera. Looks like it's safe. Good. I relaxed and handed the camera back to Ito. Sheesh, get a hold of yourself. We're not like them. We're right-siders, right? Want me to give you a lecture about it? Someone on the right side of the digital or information divide. A right-sider has the necessary skills and environment to make use of information and communications technology such as the internet, allowing them to quickly find, share, and receive high-quality information. Listen, the term normal first came into use in the Japanese internet around 2005. It referred to someone whose daily life was fulfilling and satisfying. Excuse me. Also, hey mates, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland of the chat. Originally, the term netizen existed as its antonym, but that distinction barely exists anymore. That's because the net is now an integral part of everyday life. When it first came into use, simply having friends was enough to qualify one as a normal, but gradually this requirement shifted into having a lover, but this too is changing. The modern definition of normal is now someone whose life is truly satisfying, that is, someone who's doing what they really want to do. In that sense, I am a normal. Sure, okay. Therefore, the people over there who are screwing around and wasting time aren't normals at all. You need to use words correctly. Me, the person just sitting here judging everyone, trying to find the least that they could do in any way. I'm leading a full and fulfilling life, and I'm normal. Those people out there interacting with each other and having fun? No, those aren't normals. Seriously, he needs to be careful. Just being a wrong-sider by itself is a sin these days. That's the look of a friend who is so done with your nonsense. After I finished my lecture, I saw that Ito was staring at me wordlessly. What, did he not understand it? I'd walked him through the entire entomology. Miyashiro? What? You're not a normal. Let's use words correctly, okay? Huh? But why? Normals don't talk like that. Wait, why? And you know, I've got acquaintances who are women. Of course, men too. Yeah. Just told you, normals don't talk like that. But what's the reason? And may I also add, I quickly swallowed my words. I'm studying fashion too. I don't think that counts as studying fashion. Even if the magazine was 100% accurate, which, let's be honest, it ain't. It stopped production in 2004. Fashion trends change. I'd read that new issue of Cool Cat before I put it away. There was an article in it called Utsunomiya's Fashion Leader. I thought it looked pretty good. If I could wear that stuff, I'm sure. Yep, that's the look. That's the one. What? Nothing. I'm telling you, I'm... Sure, whatever, man. Let's go. I feel the louder you have to shout, I'm normal, the less believable it is. As he walked away, I turned my eyes towards the group of mascot pro wrestlers. Then we'll all wear the same outfit. Oh, like Sentai Rangers. We can split the colors up. I'll be yellow. The audience would love it, but do we have the budget? We got your allowance, right? Shove it. Or we could paint the colors onto our bodies. It just has to get laughs, right? Look at those not normal people. I'm busy. Welcome back, Mr. Karen. It's not very cute, is it? Can we fix that? Don't say that it's not cute. And wait, it's not fair that only the girls are waitresses. The boys should be waitresses too. Did Garo Froggy really talk like that? Ito had just finished recording the goings-on in the classroom. Oh, okay, well, we can be positive or negative about talking about the goings-on in the classroom. It doesn't matter. What should we be? I know what Sora wants. Do we have other votes? These is great moments because it gives me time for tea. We could be positive, we could be neutral, we could be negative. I'm not entirely sure. He's talking about if Garo Froggy's really made that sound. He's talking about the classroom, I guess. Yeah. Just finished recording the goings-on in the classroom, so like... Yeah. It's clearly super important. This is going to be ending choosing over here. We're basically going to lock ourselves into an ending here, obviously. Obviously. I like him just waiting there as we just flip between. Have no clue. Screw it, we'll go positive then. This was class 3-1, Ito's and mine's class. Most of the classes were busy with the Garo Froggy Cafe we were doing for the festival. Some people were ignoring the fuss and studying. Some of the otaku were reading light novels. Did they really think that if they left the paper cover from the bookstore on it, we couldn't tell it was a light novel? They were just trying their best to stay out of the way. Most people were happily making Garo Froggy decorations, or putting on Garo Froggy costumes and messing around. All the clubs had to participate in the festival, but so did all the classes. No one had told me, but evidently several months ago we decided to do a Garo Froggy themed cafe. You dummy, Garo Froggy has a girl's voice. Well, sure, but it's just a culture festival. We're allowed to change it. That's wrong. Huh? Ito tilted his head in confusion. Oh, well. Let's see what we get. Oh, it's a delusion. Hey, Miyashiro. Huh? You think you could try on this Garo Froggy costume? Karen? Sorry, we're busy. Oh, sure. I'll put it on. What? Hey, thanks, my Shiro. When I made it, I kept thinking that you were the perfect size. I managed to get the costume on without much trouble. I slipped the top part over my head. It was pretty hot inside. And since I could barely see anything, it felt really claustrophobic. How do I look? Just perfect. Try saying something. I'm Garo Froggy. Garo. Wow, that's so cute. I'm going to give you a hug. Then I felt something soft press against my arm. You hugged me too, Garo Froggy. Really? I slipped my arm around her like she asked me to. Oh no, don't touch my butt. You're such a pervert, Garo Froggy. Oh my. Hadn't I read something once about how you could hug all the girls you wanted if you put on a costume? If you did, it's because you read it in that magazine, because that's not how life works, but you know. At the time I thought it was a bunch of crap. Did it really work? I was having the time of my life when... Oh, Garo Froggy's done. He's so cute, I want to hug him too. No fair, me too. Nope, Garo Froggy is mine. Maybe he gets hugged too much and he just explodes. Then why don't we all hug him at once? He's got his grip on reality pretty tight here, obviously. That's a great idea. Well, okay, I guess. It's okay, right, Garo Froggy? Here we go. 1, 2... Oh my. 3 Garo Froggies, I love you. Right before he wakes up. Thought about telling Ito about this, but knowing what a skirt chaser he was, he might actually take it seriously and really try to put the costume on. It was probably better not to tell him. I wouldn't want to see him sued for sexual harassment. Yeah, I decided to get back on topic. Took out my Pokecom and showed it to Ito. So, oh, yeah, we never really found out what happened to her, but judging from the looks of it, nothing good. So here's the images from the 19th of this month. Yeah, we saw her in the dressing room. We didn't know what happened to her. For now, Ark. For now. You're not wrong, but for now. I don't know. I'm just saying it could easily get bad. Leaky noise, huh? Let me see. I haven't seen this one before. Where'd you get it? Showed up for an instant on an aggregator wiki. I scraped it before it got deleted. Process of saving a web page on the internet as data. Saving, I guess. Site that uses wiki software to compile information about a particular subject in an easy-to-read manner. Anytime the internet starts talking about something, you can be sure that people will start making a wiki for it. Wiki software is a system that allows for the creation and editing of web-based hypertext using a browser. The name comes from the Hawaiian phrase wiki-wiki, which means speedy. Oh, okay. This one's got a nicer angle, right? Hey, let me up this to Nikoniya along with the stuff you took from the karaoke box. I've already upped it to the newspaper club's online storage. Make some adjustments so it's easy to see, then do what you want with it. Tap a web service that offers server-side storage space to users. This service is offered by multiple companies, both free and paid. The service used by Mayashiro's newspaper club is a free one that offers up to 7 gigabytes of space. Views have been kind of bad lately. The last video I upped got tagged with "Cameraman, do your damn job," and saying angle sucks. Use here to refer to a word or series of words that classifies a video in Nikoniya. In addition to classification, it's also used to allow for easier searching of videos. For example, if you search for the tag "Cameraman, do your damn job," you'll find videos with the tag on them. There are many unique tabs on the site like "Blank, do your damn job," "Basically blank," "A wild blank appeared," "Funny editing," "Perfect match," and I never thought of that. Ito looked really upset. Well, I know how he felt. The Hikayo Academy Newspaper Club had been the first in the nation to upload a video version of the school paper to Nikoniya. Our papers dealt with anything involving Shibuya. We'd done a special on the Shibuya restoration once that a local paper had written about. We won a special prize at a city journalism contest, and the video got over 80,000 views despite being boring as hell. It was just a gig or two install. Yeah. I mean, some still are. Mostly indie games, but, you know. After that, though, I could understand being upset at the fact that new videos dealing with goings-ons in Shibuya weren't breaking 2 digits. Oh, I was the one who put that cameraman do your damn job tag on. That ankle was crap, man. Ta-da! Got it! Oh, and it's an original! I'm so tired. The boyfriend and his girlfriend walked in, evidently back from shopping. Their arms were full of Garofragi stuffed animals. I told you, that's wrong. Huh? What's wrong? Yutaru hadn't noticed then. I looked at my classmates who were already beginning to play with their new toys and said, I told you this before, right? You can tell your average teenager's information level by knowing what sites they go to. This was a personal theory of mine. I'm sure the only sites that he rates highly are the ones he goes to, coincidentally. Smartphones and Pokécoms had become a religion to the modern teenager, and the information they gained from these portable terminals had a huge influence on their life. The abbreviation of a names given to a series of pocket computers with 7-inch full HD displays. The name Pokécom is unique to Japan, and has nothing to do with the so-called pocket computers that were sold in the 1980s. These computers began to become popular worldwide in 2012, and are expected to someday replace smartphones. Yeah, that hasn't happened. They come loaded with a number of different apps, such as an internet browser, an email program, a TV watching program, video games, microblogging apps, and a camera. It said that they'll also be gaining the ability to make phone calls soon as well, thus basically making them smartphones. Some people only look to SNSs like Twitter, Ryan, and Facebook, others at @Chan and Nikonia. Sort of a social networking service, a service that offers users the opportunity to join a virtual society that exists on the internet, often used to refer to any site or application which allows for things like the creation of a user profile, message sending capabilities, the ability to link users together, and community building capabilities. As of 2015, there are over several hundred publicly available SNSs, and if you include all software that allows for basic communication between users, it becomes a truly incredible number. Over 60% of the Japanese population uses some kind of SNS, and it's said that over half of those that do use more than one. It's considered normal for most people to use an SNS, and there are even some users who have gotten so tired and burnt out from the time they spent on social networks they quit altogether. Facebook, a type of social networking service that requires the use of a user's real name. Users create and publish profile pages that allow them to easily connect with others that share the same interest. As of 2015, there are around 1.4 billion users worldwide, making it the world's biggest social network. Ryan, a type of social networking service, an instant messaging application that can be used on smartphone or PC. If both users have it installed, they can communicate with one another via voice and chat. As of 2015, the service has over 400 million users worldwide. A type of social network, a mini blogging application that allows for tweets of up to 140 characters in length. Tweets of other users you followed are displayed on the screen in a timeline, which makes it a kind of chat tool. As of 2015, there are a little under 300 million users on the service worldwide. Some looked at all those, as well as the links they found there. And then some looked at all those things as well as their favorite celebrity blogs, the big @Chan aggregators, and then whatever humor site that was popular at the moment. All of these people were wrong-siders. And the scary thing was that these days, 9 out of 10 wrong-siders were teenagers. Garofragi launched 6 years ago with a cell phone strap that had gotten popular for reasons no one ever understood. So that's fine, you were just brainwashed into it. And then lately, a combination of Garofragi memes on Twitter, as well as an amateur anime posted to Nikonia, if I remember right, it was a talking dancing frog singing anime themes, had created a fad, though I hated to use the word for something so stupid. It amazed me that people honestly believe that the ribbit sound made by the female actresses in those videos were from the original. Few games. Yeah, it depends on the game. Like, I've got a ton of stuff just on this system, which is only like a gig or two a pop. Like, Fuga's not that big, Hades is small. Even the Dot Hack game isn't huge. Blasphemous is tiny, obviously Cast Child, Children of Mordia. Demon Gaze is small, Death's Gambit. I don't remember how big that is. Monster Boy is tiny. Outer Wilds isn't huge, but it's not small. Robotics Note, I'm sure, is tiny. Any visual novel stuff is small. But then I've also got stuff like, you know, Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is like 100 gigs. Ghost of Tsushima is huge. Returnal's huge. Horizon's huge. Elden Ring is huge. So I've got some that are on both sides of things. They've got some smaller games, I got some giant games. Yeah. At least, like, admittedly, Final Fantasy VII Remake is huge, but I understand why it's huge. I don't understand why Call of Duty is huge. I don't quite get it. Big contributor. Oh, for sure, yeah. People... Yeah, oh, I absolutely did that. I remember installing my first X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter game on several floppy disks. Absolutely. I played quite a few games on floppies. Like, I'm actually old enough to have played a few on actually floppy floppies, but I'm still thinking, like, the harder floppy disks. But I definitely remember playing, like, Number Muncher and Oregon Trail on actual floppy disks, the bigger ones. Yeah, Elden's case, the game is huge, so it's understandable, too. I definitely remember, I still remember loading up, like, emulators and ROMs for, like, Pokemon games and stuff on floppy disks. Yeah, like the actual, like, the bigger ones that were floppy. That's where they got the name from. Way back when. Are you not aware that the floppy disks are actually floppy originally? When they were originally there for, like, the old Mac computers, the monitors that just had green. It was just green. That was it. Games coming with DLC coming paid actually. Well, yeah, obviously that too. Like, they were originally actually, like, floppy disks. Then they took the same idea of, like, the disc inside and just shrunk it down. Yeah, exactly, Apple IIs, the old ones. They shrunk it down, they put it in a plastic casing, and they added that little metal sliding thing. Yeah, the old ones. Bigger ones. Hold on, I'll find a picture. I bet you it can't. I bet you it only finds the plastic ones. Oh no, these ones. Yeah, here you go. That's an old school, older one. Copy image address. Those ones actually flopped. It was not a hard plastic coating at all. Oh, absolutely. But I don't even... Those couldn't have been big. Those were old and didn't hold a lot. But then they eventually shrunk it down to the floppy disk that most of us know. It's the save icon. You know. But yeah, it used to actually be floppy, and it was way bigger. Hold on. Here's a size comparison one. There we go. Literally from Wikipedia. There you go. I never encountered the middle one shown here. The middle ones must not have been as popular, but obviously the big one I encountered, and we all know the smaller ones. I say, no, we might not all know the smaller ones. I'm just old. But those were when I was really young. We're talking like kindergarten, pre-K, first grade. We're talking a long time back. Well, the original was the stuffed animal that had come out recently. It's not the phone strap. Yeah, you were supposed to treat it carefully. Just because it could flop doesn't mean you were supposed to. But yeah, I agree. It probably wasn't the best long-term solution, which is probably why they ended up improving on it and making it better. My guess was that they got their information from Twitter. And a man can't be a waitress. He's a waiter. Who's to say a man can't be a waitress? This is one of the reasons I joined the newspaper club. I didn't want to end up like them. Anyway. Miyashiro? A girl, evidently the one in charge of the waitress, was talking to me. Who is she again? Fujita? Fujimoto? I think there was a Fuji. What is it, Tanaka? Tanaka, I was totally wrong. About the videos we're going to be playing in the classroom. What was she talking about? Oh, right, they were going to make their own version of the Nikoniya videos, where they wore costumes and danced. Do you think we could do some close-ups or something, instead of just shooting from the same spot the whole time? What? Was she telling me what to do? I didn't volunteer to videotape it, you guys forced me! Yeah, he's definitely the normal guy here. Everyone else was wrong. Well, it was better than being told to dance or make props myself. Oh, well... Alright. I love the difference between the way he thinks he is And the way he is. Like, he's so high and mighty. Everyone else is wrong. He's right. Only him and like 2 of his friends are right. Everyone else is wrong. He reads magazines about how to seduce women and how to dress well and say the right things, and comes down to it. That is what he is. You see, huh? You don't want to fix, you want us to move around? That's true, even his friends aren't necessarily always right. Yeah, most importantly, he is. The video recording term refers to the act of fixing a camera in a single place and recording without moving it. Fix? I don't know what you mean. Oh, we can do it. We can do close-ups or whatever. Really? Great. I'll write up how we want you to do it and give it to you before the shoot. And then she fled. That surprised me. Don't scare me like that. I was so nervous. I was sweating a little. Yeah, I believe it. Ito was looking at me and sighing. What? No way are you a normal man. Yeah. What? You freak out whenever you're talking to someone new. I can't help it. She came out of nowhere. And what's more, I made it a policy not to talk to anyone unless it was necessary. This is my first time in quite a while I'd spoken to any of my classmates, but Ito... Yeah, you're not a normal dude. You're just not. How'd it go? He was bragging about something, right? Fix or something? What? More technobabble? They'd already started to spread meaningless information. Stop it! Hearing whispers about me in the classroom brought back bad memories. I was starting to have a hard time breathing.
What?
Hey, you okay? I also looked like I was in pain because Ito was looking at me with concern on his face. I quickly nodded to show that I was fine. If you want to talk behind someone's back, do it when they can't hear you. And it's not bragging, and it's not technobabble. Doesn't bother me. Fujita is... Who's Fujita? Oh, Tanaka is just a wrong-sider. That's right, yeah. Man, it must be nice to just be like, wow, anybody who doesn't agree with me is just wrong. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to think about it. I never have to think about anything critically. Because as long as it's somebody who doesn't agree 100% totally with every little thing that I agree with, they're just wrong. They're just on the wrong side of information, on technology, of knowledge, of everything. It's so stress-free. That's right. It wasn't worth worrying about. She was just ignorant. Yep, sure. Ito looked over at our other classmates, who were having fun. Jeez, freaking opportunists. Opportunist? Uh-oh. What does that mean again? I knew I'd heard it before. Wow, you Mr. Knows Everything and read about everything doesn't know a word? That's surprising. Wow. It's crazy. I ran a search in my Pokecom, making sure not to let Ito see it. Opportunist, one who takes advantage of any opportunity to achieve an end. That's right, I think that's exactly the right word. They'll all take any opportunity to bring you down. You got that right. Ito nodded, annoyed. Good, looks like he didn't find out. Did the otaku at the bottom of the school caste system always have to give the people above us something to talk about? A natural hierarchy among students that develops in a classroom environment. It's impossible to define all of the factors that go into determining this hierarchy, but attractiveness and romantic experience are major factors in giving one a high rank. And those with otaku hobbies or those who have trouble communicating tend to fall to the lower end. There are, of course, many people who possess attributes from both the upper and lower castes, and one's final position on the hierarchy is determined by the general opinion of the class. It's common to think of the hierarchy as having an upper rank, a middle rank, and a lower rank. Hold it. The school caste system wasn't something I cared about, but... Hey, I'm not an otaku. Excuse me. You watch anime. You have no communication skills with people you've never met, especially women. You think you are better than everyone around you, especially when it comes to knowledge of the things that you like. You're really an otaku all the way down. Not this again. What do you mean again? I just don't like it when people are wrong. Do you want... No, I do not want a lecture. The definition of the word otaku is changing, and the negative connotation it originally had are disappearing, but even now in 2015, it still mostly serves to denote those obsessed with anime, light novels, video games, and idols. Otaku, close enough, yeah. Thought I saw a boy reading a light novel turn towards me, but I didn't care. I don't watch stupid anime or read stupid light novels. It's a waste of time. You do watch anime, though. You just watch it for the right reasons, according to you. Weren't you going on about how great some anime was? What was it, Bloodtoon? I said I don't watch anime that's stupid! It's no different than people who ignore quality movies like The Two Veronicas or It's My Wonderful Life and just watch the same stuff over and over. A joint production between France and Poland, directed by Krzysztof Kieślowski, that was nowhere near correct, chronicles the lives of two girls, both named Veronica, who are born in two different countries. The scene on the bus is a must-see, a masterpiece. I don't know what that's referencing, but I do know what this one is. An American movie released in 1946, directed by Blanc Capra, depicts the life of a man and the strange miracles he encountered on Christmas Eve. In America, it is a quintessential Christmas movie. The sense of excitement when he runs through the city is unforgettable, a timeless classic. And say, anyone who hasn't seen this show is a casual. I get it. Man, how does he keep friends? Or people who lie about having read books like The Cities in Sequence or Winter's Garden and just read light novels all day. Novella published in 1992 by Kazumi Yuki depicts the relationship between three 6th grade boys and a senior citizen who lives alone. Translated into different languages all over the world and turned into a movie and a stage play as well. A book you'd want to read when you were the same age as the young boys. That rings a bell. I don't think I've read it, but I think I've heard of that book before, but I don't know what the actual original title was. A hard sci-fi novel written by Greg Morgan in 1994 depicts a humanity that has begun to live in virtual reality and its thoughts on immortality. The scenes at the theory-proving grounds are a must-read. I don't know that one, but I probably would have heard of the original book at some point. Cities in Sequence doesn't sound... like, I know they're changing a word or two, but I don't get that one. The word otaku refers to people like that who only bother to absorb information about subjects they enjoy. You didn't... you know, it's just... yeah, sure. Camera otaku always seem like a bunch of weirdos to me. As long as they're not bothering anyone, who cares? I'm a Johnny otaku myself. Stop it, please. More than anything, I don't want to be the same as you people. And that is the entire of his personality boiled down into one line. More than anything, I don't want to be the same as you people. That's it. That's all of it. Right there. He is clearly just another high school student, but he absolutely doesn't want to be... he wants to think of himself as better, different, more important, and distinct. Which, hey, everybody wants to be unique. Everybody wants to be their own person. That's not a bad thing, but there are better ways to go about it than by convincing yourself that everyone else is wrong and bad. It's fine. And then the door to the classroom flew open. He wants to be Jack, clearly. Alright, we got positive, neutral, negative again. What do we do when the female student was looking in? What do we do in this situation? At least this time we know neutral is an option. Literally didn't even know in Chaos Child or Chaos Head until we got to the like, oh, here's how to actually get endings. I already know Sword's answer, yep. Any other votes, or are we just keeping it positive? I bet you as soon as Ramen shows up, Ramen's going to try to hard counter and go negative. I don't know, though. I don't know. The only answer, alright. It's worked so far. It's worked alright so far. She must have been in a hurry, because she was a little out of breath. Neutral for 7th. I hate to say 7th, we got 2 for positive, though. But good to know we got votes. She brushed her long hair out of her eyes and was about to come inside. No, what's up? Oh, Empress, perfect timing. The whole class started to talk to her. Hold on. She was about to say something when her foot caught on one of the cables running across the room. Well, and she suddenly tripped. Well, time to delusion what happens here. Watch out! Yeah, of course, yeah. In his delusions he can speak perfectly fine. I moved quickly. She staggered forward, but I grabbed her to keep her from falling. Be careful. Her hair flew up and tickled my nose. It smelled good, and her body was very soft. Extremely soft, in fact. I don't know what part of it reminds me of it, but there's a little bit of this piano bit that definitely reminds me of Doki Doki. It's just a little bit of the piano loop. I get that vibe. It felt kind of squeezable. What was I touching? Was any part of a person's body this soft? No, at least nothing on a man's body was. Yeah, sure, we're just gonna go with his... No. Which meant... What was the softness? Miyashiro, you're the bravest man I've ever met! Grabbing the Empress's boobs in front of all these people! It's another out-of-context shot right there. Boobs? Oh no! This was an accident! An accident! Wow. If that ever actually happened, she would kill me for sure. Just thinking about it made my blood run cold. She almost tripped, but managed to keep her balance. She smiled a bit and took a deep breath. Yeah, basically. All the students around her, boys and girls alike, began to move. They surrounded her as if they were welcoming a long-lost family member. Hey, who put this cable here? That's dangerous. No, I'm so sorry. Empress, you okay? Yeah, don't worry about me. She answered them with a smile. I felt like our eyes met. I looked away without thinking. Nono Kurusu? The first student council president of Heikyo Academy. Hey, so for our cafe, we got a kitchen and then the other part, what do you call it, where the customer sits? Kurusu smiled a little as she spoke. You mean the hall? Yeah, the hall. Did Mr. Wacky adjust the number of curtains we got to partition the two? Adjust? Did Mr... Oh, okay, I was about to say, did I misread his name? No, he said Mr. Wacky. Did Mr. Wakui say he was going to do that? Masuda? Huh? You hadn't heard? Nope, which means he definitely didn't do it. Fine, I'll talk to him. Kurusu is too close, yeah. You sure? The teachers seem to have their eyes on you, Empress. Actually, they seem scared of you. The student council president's job is to make the teachers' lives difficult for the benefit of the students. Don't worry, I'll use what little power I've got. Excuse me. Oh, and Masuda? Stop calling me Empress. Thanks, Empress. Now listen, you. Most of the boys in the class called Kurusu Empress as a joke. She'd gotten the name after becoming a hero to her fellow students through gallant deeds like putting an end to the principal's endless homeroom speeches. Not to mention bringing more types of bread to the school store. The important stuff, food. Thanks for the costume, Nono. It was a perfect fit. Tanaka, when I wore that, I couldn't get the zipper all the way up. Oh, should I have kept my mouth shut? I can stop you guys from doing any advertising, you know. I'm sorry, it was a joke. You're just fine. I mean it. And wait, it probably got stuck in your breast anyway, didn't it? It was a joke. I'm counting on you, okay? Get lots of laughs. She sure was popular. She even knew the names of students in other classes. Top of the school caste system. That was the first phrase that came to mind. And then... Takuru, we need to talk. Can you come with me? Kurusu walked all the way over to me and Ito. Her expression was so kind, it seemed like she had to be putting on some kind of act. I could see that all the people who'd been surrounding her were staring at me. What does the Empress want with the camera kids? Are they friends? What? You don't know? Nono is... Huh? Seriously? I ignored my classmates' whispers and focused on Kurusu. Her smile seemed fake, as if it had been plastered onto her face. Whenever she smiled like that, it meant she wasn't in a good mood. Sorry, I can't now. I just figured out something about the case, and I'm putting it together. The student council's really busy with the culture festival right now, right? So once it's calmed down, Kurusu... Her cheeks twitched a little. Crap. Kurusu didn't like it when I called her by her last name. Can you come with me to the club room really quick? I could sense a dark aura forming around her, hardly befitting a so-called empress. Can you? She was so close to me. Let's go to the club room. That cool with you, Mayashiro? Ito couldn't handle the terror. Didn't look like I could talk my way out of this one. Seeing no other choice, I nodded and stood up. Kurusu. Yeah. Kurusu, you got a second? Is this about the portable stoves for all the food stalls on the field? We decided that every stall gets one. Huh? But that's... okay. Sorry, no exceptions. I spoke to the principal, but I couldn't get him to change his mind. If any of the bigger groups are still upset, I'll go talk to them myself. Roger. I mean, wait. Why aren't you where you're supposed to be? Kurusu, I told you that if you're busy, we can do this later. I'm done. Sorry, Kawahara. I'm in a hurry right now. Her tone was gentle, but brooked no argument, as she hurried to the club room. Oh. Hello, sir. I'm sure you will not... Miyashiro, you again? What did you do this time? I'm sure he would in no way cause us any problems whatsoever. Nope, not this man. Definitely not somebody who looks at us like that. Nope. Sure, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Negative for this guy. Yeah. Might be a good time for it. Getting bad vibes from his eyebrows. Yeah. Does have those bad eyebrow vibes, don't he? Sorry, Sora, you've been outnumbered. It is a vote. Kawahara cut her off. Didn't know his first name. He was in the same class as Ito and I. He was the vice president of the student council. Who killed with kindness. No, you don't need to tell me. You were pretending to be a reporter again, right? Or was it a detective? I knew why he was giving me a hard time. He didn't like the fact that Kurusu was spending time with me. It's not, What? It's not any of your business, I think. It is my business. When you take up Kurusu's time, you cause trouble for me and the rest of the student council. Even though she wanted us to go with her. Shut up. Oh. Maybe we will be killing, just not with kindness. What? Did you just tell me to shut up? He must have heard that, because he came storming up to me. He tried to grab me by the collar, but I knocked his hand away. Instead, I grabbed his head and put it under my arm. Hey, let me go! I grabbed his belt and lifted him up off the ground. Oh, a brain buster! Drop him straight down, Miyashiro! Stop, that's dangerous! I raised Kurahara up above my head and then stood there, unmoving for a moment. Just when I was deciding whether to drop him or put him down. Hey, put me down! He flailed his legs out towards the ceiling and tried to escape. The man didn't know when to give up. I could do a lot worse than just drop you, you know? I shifted Kurahara around in my arms and quickly moved into position for a pile driver. Then I dropped to the ground, butt first, and slammed his head onto the floor. Whoa! A Steiner screwdriver! Heard an awful crunching sound. His skull must have fractured, but just before I dropped him, I let go a little, so it didn't hit him as hard as it could have. If I hadn't, he would be dead right now. Takuru? That's going too far. Kurusu's face was expressionless. I'm calling the police. Don't blame me, blame Kawahara for pissing me off. You ruined your whole life over something like this? I didn't realize you were so stupid. I watched in a daze as Kurusu called the police. Kawahara had passed out, little bubbles of foam forming around his mouth. The teachers had heard the noise and started to gather around me. I guess I'm going to have to drop out of school. Yup. Yeah, that's what would happen. I could beat the stuffing out of Kawahara right now if I wanted, but that would just get me in trouble. I didn't want to ruin my life over something like that. Yeah, I'm sure you definitely have the physical capabilities to pile driver this man to death in the hallway. So I decided to just not say anything to him. So, I heard you skipped most of elementary and middle school. Is that true? Why do you care, and why do you know that? I could feel my legs tense up. I stopped. My face got hot, and without thinking, I glared accusingly at Kurusu. She quickly shook her head. Kawahara, I'm really in a hurry right now. Steiner's screwdriver, but he kept on staring at me. Felt like he was grinning a little. It pissed me off. There was nothing I could say. Did the best I could to ignore him and turn away. I ignored what sounded like a little laugh and hurried to the clubroom. It wasn't me, okay? The second the three of us were alone in the clubroom, her expression changed. The smile plastered on the student council president's face disappeared. This was who she really was. Well, it wasn't. What Kawahara was saying, I didn't tell him, okay? Didn't bother me. You're lying. Yeah, he is. Really, it didn't. Really, it did. Everything about me was different than it used to be. So, what is it? Did you want to talk about something, Miss Vice President of the newspaper club? Kurusu sighed and changed the subject. Takaru, are you eating right? You look like you've lost weight. Huh? Where is this coming from? It's going to start getting colder soon, you know? Can you keep warm in the place you're living in? Crap, she was in nag mode. And I heard you told the teachers you were going to get a job after graduation. I told you to say you were going to college. It's not like you aren't smart enough. I know it's going to be hard for you to start now, but I've told you before that I can help. Did you go asking teachers? And wait, is that what you wanted to talk about? Well, are you eating right? I'm eating just fine. Everything's just fine. It's way better. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's still not ideal, but it's way better. It's at least something that is livable in. I waved my hand to bring the conversation to a close. Excuse me. I didn't want this to end the way it used to, with a 6-hour lecture about how every aspect of my life was wrong, followed by hard labor as my punishment. Kurusu looked like she still had a lot more to say, but a moment later... You skipped school last Friday, didn't you? Huh? Oh, so that was what this was all about. Yeah, I did. Is that a problem? Of course it's a problem. Where were you? You were taking those photos you up to the storage folder, weren't you? Damn it, I figured that would be it. She was right. The pictures they're taken from the karaoke box were from last Friday when I'd skipped school. I started staking out the place earlier that morning and waited for the manager of the condo building to open the curtains. It was a lot of work, but I was able to get photos of the scene that nobody else has, except the police. I told you before that you need to stop spending all your time on this stuff. Kurusu was the vice president of the newspaper club and had been opposed to Ito's and Mai's journalistic ethos for a long time. We'd spend most of our time investigating crimes in Shibuya. Stuff like the attacks on the homeless people that had been flooding the city ever since the earthquake. And urban legends about a company involved in the rebuilding who put up tons of security cameras all around the city. And a serial arson case where the culprit had never been caught. And now these strange deaths. It's like some sort of new generation murders. Or something. For her part, Kurusu said that a student paper shouldn't be investigating crimes. She wrote normal, sincere articles and made normal, sincere videos. The video about the Shibuya recovery effort that had won a prize had been mostly her work. Takaru, you're acting really strange this time. You've never skipped school to do this stuff before, have you? That was true. But the reason why was obvious, right? I was lucky enough to have this huge mystery right in front of me. This is worth skipping school for. Why? Because it's the first big thing that's happened in Shibuya since we started the newspaper club. This is a huge scoop. Scoop? Alright, I like that one too. That face was bad news. It was scary. Ito was right next to me, so I grabbed him and held him tight. Hey, don't use me as a shield. Wait, am I a shield? And why is her face so scary? A huge scoop? People are dead, and to you it's just a huge scoop? No, I'm sorry. Stay away from me. I really can't handle this. Don't push me. Wait, are you really using me as a shield? Oh crap, oh crap. That face was seriously bad news. The Empress was scary enough that she could send a demon running in terror. Never even met a demon either. That's just how scary she was. Care to repeat that? Want to tell me again how all these deaths are just a huge scoop for you? Oh shit. I needed to find some way to stop her. And then I felt the wind rush by my ears. Did she just teleport behind him? Huh? Uh-oh. Oh my. And at the worst possible time, the wind blew through the room. Kurusu didn't even have time to hold down her skirt. Well, she's going to kill them both now. Okay, here comes my serve. Got it. My eyes were locked with Kurusu's as I heard the sounds from the open window. I hadn't even realized it was open until then. There was a tennis court on top of the special use building. That was probably the tennis team out there. I needed to say something. No, you don't. You absolutely do not. Was I supposed to tell her I hadn't seen anything? You could just say nothing. Vice President? Wait, huh? He's like, should I say something? I should just tell her I didn't see anything. Not only should he have said either nothing or what he originally had thought, he couldn't even do that. He couldn't even do that. Huh, I guess that's just what I'd expect. Idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed? Does it really matter what color my underwear is right now, asshole? I flinched at the sudden noise. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then I realized. I was sure that was the sound of Kurusu kicking the wall, or maybe the sound of her murdering Ito, but I was wrong. Murdering Ito. Coming from deeper inside the room. Oh no. I know that game. That girl. Sheesh. Kazuki, are you here? Kazuki, oh, she's got her headphones on. Kurusu sighed and pulled off the headphones that Kazuki always wore. I told you before to stop hitting the wall every time something goes wrong in ESO 2. Oh, the sequel. Oh man, it's Elder Scrolls Online 2 with Nine Hardier, the main character, clearly. I legitimately don't remember what ESO stood for. Ah, Empire Sweeper Online. Yep, didn't remember that at all. Definitely remembered it was ESO. Didn't remember what it stood for. The sequel to what was once Japan's largest online MMORPG, Empire Sweeper Online. Like its predecessor, it was well received. While the vast majority of users have moved on to ESO 2, the inability to transfer character data from the first game has caused a small number of veteran users to stay with ESO 1. Oh, you know other Takus with 1. The game takes place in the fantasy world of Basilard, which is modeled after medieval Europe. Protag is competent and not scum. He's better, but he's still called... His name is still abbreviated to Taku, and he still has delusions. He went from neat shut-in who thinks... neat shut-in who doesn't even go to school and hates everyone, to a guy who thinks he's better than everyone else and is basically, if you took a Rick and Morty fan and cranked it up to 57.5 out of 10, It's basically that. It's somebody who's... His way of setting himself apart from other people is by assuming that everyone else is wrong about everything and he knows everything. It's not better, but it's different. But also, hey Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Viper Land of the chat. How you doing? It's different. Yep. Look, you're making a dent. Hana Kazuki, the only first-year student in the newspaper club. But forget her. This was my chance. As Kurusu was rubbing the red marks on Kazuki's hand, I said, "Anyway, I'm going to keep following this case. I found a clue and it might be a big one." Kurusu glared at me for a moment, but... Wow, really? Okay, I'll get ready right away. Tell me all about it. I can't wait. Ito hurried over to the club's computer, desperate for any chance to escape his doom. I stared back at Kurusu for a moment, and then boot up the computer and print out the images on the storage folder. Roger! Ito's voice was louder than it needed to be as he turned on the computer. No more punching the wall, okay? She's got so much dialogue so far. Maybe she took pity on the poor Ito because she didn't say anything else, but she still crossed her arms and glared at us as she leaned against the wall. She was at least going to hear me out, it looked like. Or maybe this was just her way of making sure I didn't escape? You owe me lunch later. Why? I don't want to. For using me as a goddamn shield. This was 100% your fault to begin with. Sorry, but you were lucky. She didn't get violent. Huh? Violent? The vice president? I nodded. Echo, it's not quite... Oh yeah. Kurusu was the girl that everyone looked up to, but she was actually very short-tempered. It would take me more than 5 fingers, but less than 10 to count the number of times she'd slapped me hard. Now, of those times, Taku, how many did you really and truly deserve, however? When I told him that. Are you serious? I mean, really? Are there really teenage girls that do that stuff? That's one step short of a hiss or an S-coat. What? Girl with sadistic personality who enjoys inflicting pain on others. Extremely dangerous. Ah, okay. Somebody Grimm would be a fan of. Short for hysteric, originally a term used in psychology, but here used to refer to a short-tempered person who can't control their emotions. Got it. Has no one ever told you that if you want to talk behind someone's back, you should do it when they can't hear you? The almost hiss didn't even bother looking at us as she spoke. No, we just said that to someone, though, in the classroom. I see. And then she fell silent. She was scary as hell. It felt like if I moved, she'd kill me. You're buying. It's settled. Supersized and with dessert too. No objections. That was 50% your fault. Actually, it was 100% Ito's fault for not keeping his mouth shut. Hey. What? Did you see it? You saw it, right? I didn't. That was a lie. I'd seen it. They were white. Yeah, we know. You already couldn't keep your mouth shut. I glanced at Kurusu out of the corner of my eye. I guess that really was just what you'd expect. Still, I'd only gotten a glimpse. It was entirely possible I'd been mistaken. If I burned the image in my brain now, maybe the next time something like this happened, I'd be able to react more quickly. Yeah, the next time it just happened. Yeah, sure, okay. So I prayed for more good luck. If it ever did happen again, I swore I would react as a right-sider should. By not staring at them and not blowing your cover after the event? Right-sider wouldn't panic over something as insignificant as seeing a girl's underwear. In a situation like that, it was critical that you stay calm. As you heard Ito turn on the printer, Kazuki trotted over like she usually did. Uh-oh. Alright, positive, neutral, negative. We've literally heard her say not a single line of dialogue. That online game addict had the best computer skills of anyone in the club. Originally used to refer to someone with an uncontrollable addiction to a certain substance, usually an illegal drug. From there came to describe people who spent so much time on a particular hobby that it interfered with their daily lives. Examples include internet gaming addicts and Twitter addicts. Positive. We know Sora's going to vote positive. So that's 2 in the positive, unless we get 2 for something else. positive it be. Well, let's go with it. Whenever she was around, it was her job to run searches and organize the information on the PC. But, Kazuki, we don't need you for this. I don't consider this part of our club activities. Kazuki gave us a questioning look. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kazuki just said, like she always did, and walked away. Well... See, Kazuki, your hand's still red. I'll rub it some more for you. Kazuki obediently walked towards Kurusu. Oh. Kurusu took her hands and rubbed them gently like a mother would. That must have hurt, right? Why would you do something like that? Well, does it still hurt? Pain, pain, go away. You wanted this, Sora. You asked for this. Kazuki, what's wrong? Why did you just hug me like... Oh my. Oh, they've gone full Yuri. They've gone full Yuri. Oh, you're such a spoiled little girl. Were you lonely because I haven't been able to come to club for a while? Doesn't tell me anything. Look in my eyes and answer me, okay? You must have been lonely, right? You're blushing, it's so cute. I'm sorry for making you lonely, but don't worry, I'll stay with you for the whole time today. I'm happy I get to be with you too. Yeah, Seventh, this is what happens when you go positive to everything. Does your hand still hurt? It does, then I'll use my special charm. Culture, that's what you have, 2 separate people come back to culture. Yep. Yep. Ah, she's like Jack's daughter, yep, agreeing grunts. Kazuki watched with a look of ecstasy in her eyes as Kurusu softly kissed her fingers. Felt like I was seeing something I shouldn't, so I looked away. Your fingers are so thin and pretty, Kazuki. Hey, why are you spacing out? Yep. Miyashiro? No, nothing. Yeah, definitely you weren't thinking anything. I chased the stupid idea out of my mind. Kurusu was nice to everyone, even girls like Kazuki, who couldn't communicate with others. Of course, in reality, Kurusu and Kazuki had never done anything like that, and they never would. Kazuki put her headphones on and went back to the corner of the room. She started slamming keys again. I never did know how to talk to her. Actually, it felt like it had been forever since I'd ever spoken to her. If you could call this a conversation, it is. She'd been part of the newspaper club for 6 months, and all I knew about her was that she liked games, knew a lot about computers, and hated talking. In the end, Ito printed out the pictures, and I took them and went in front of the bulletin board before Kurusu changed her mind. If Kurusu was going to listen, it was probably better to start at the beginning. She didn't seem interested in the cases, but if I ignored her and it made her even madder, even using Ito as a shield wouldn't be enough to save me. There are 2 cases we're looking at right now. The first occurred on the 7th of this month, during a Nico Neo livestream. It was a public suicide called the Don't Look at Me case. It happened here, in Jinan. Just like you probably guessed, a man killed himself without warning during a Nico Neo livestream. Strictly speaking, we don't know for sure that it's a suicide, but it sure looks like one. The dead man's name is Yuma Utani, age 21. He was a live streamer who got quite a lot of views with some kind of fortune-telling program called TIL, I Can See the Future. So here's how it went down. First, Otani gave the audience some time to ask questions. He left the camera's field of view. After that, there was the sound of someone knocking at the door. It was faint, but the mic picked it up. There's also some voices, but you can't make them out. When he came back in front of the camera, half of his right arm was missing. It was chopped up into tiny bits and sitting on top of the plate he was carrying. Then he started eating his own fingers, like he wasn't feeling any pain at all. Kurusu's expression changed a little. Yeah, I can imagine. She probably hadn't known that. The suicide had been big news, even on TV, so she'd probably seen it there, but the details had been so horrific that the news hadn't broadcasted them. Yeah, no kidding. Those details could be found anywhere on the internet. It was only a matter of time before someone started putting it all together. The video itself had even started to get around. Then, after a moment, he started to scream in pain. And then he died. Evidently, the viewers thought it was some kind of gag or something at first. Hypovolemic shock. When the body loses too much blood, the heart stops working properly. That's what it said in the police report, and given the time until he collapsed, it's almost certainly right. Ito added. Ito knew more about this stuff than I did. He was a fan of bizarre murders, and he'd read 10 times as many killer's diaries and non-fiction crime books as I had. The most likely theory is that he experienced some kind of mental disorder before the suicide, but the police are supposedly looking for whoever visited the room first. They might be responsible for aiding or abetting a suicide. In Japan, if you saw someone trying to kill themselves and didn't intervene, it wasn't a crime unless the police could prove you wanted them to die. But aiding in a suicide or encouraging someone to commit suicide was illegal. That meant that the police were probably looking for whoever met Utani just before his death. Kurisu was silent, but she was looking at the board and seemed to be listening. It seemed safe. On to the next case. Second, the case that occurred on the 19th. It gets its name, leaky noise, from the condition the body was found in. I really want to know what happened to her, because clearly something happened. It involves blood and she died, but all we know is, she got a message on her phone, wiped off her makeup, threw away her, old clothes that she's going to put on for the show, and was like, I'm going to go do my own thing. Encouraging suicide, yeah. Jump, do a flip, yeah. It happened here, in Shinshin. The girl's name was Momone Takayanagi, age 20. She was a sang-it singer on Nikoniya. She'd been getting really famous online singing anime theme songs. She was going to sing at the Restoration Festival too. Every sunny day, she'd always go to the same place at the same time and put on a performance in her fancy band costume. That day, she started her concert pretty late, but something was wrong. Her voice was small and it didn't sound like she usually did. And then in the middle of the concert, she died. Blood loss here too. She'd been stabbed in the stomach before she started the concert. What's strange is that the condition the body was found in. Ito, play the video. There's a video for it, sure thing. Ito tapped a few keys on the computer's keyboard, wow, and a moment later... Huh? Is this really happening? She's dead. She's really dead. Call an ambulance. Huh. Kurisu looked confused when she heard the sound. Evidently she wasn't able to make it out. Oh, not that one. The one Shibuya News upped with the enhanced audio. Oh, that one. Yeah, iTunes. iTunes. Thanks. Huh? Is this really happening? She's dead. She's really dead. Call an ambulance. Thanks. Take it easy. Thanks. Take it easy. Thanks. Take it... Oh, that's not a little creepy or anything. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. Her expression changed. She must have been able to hear it this time. Thanks. Take it easy. According to the regulars, that's how she would begin every performance. The phrase often used at the start of videos on Nikoniya. The phrase itself was originally a piece of ASCII art. She's a Nikoniya user after all. Lately people have been saying she's the best sang-it singer around. Kurisu seemed to be ignoring me and Ito. She was staring at the computer screen that was the source of the sound. I feel like so far the connecting thing is they were popular in Nikoniya. She was the most popular singing category, sang-it category, and Utani was... They straight up said he was on the front page at one time. That seems to be the only connecting thing. Still 20-year-olds... popular in Nikoniya. Whether that continues, who knows? What was that? The screams are from the audience members who discovered the bodies. One of them was recording a video, and that last part was in Taka Iyanagi's voice. It was from a miniature speaker embedded in her stomach. Ah. She did mention that she'd be able to hide a speaker on her person and play it like fake. Kurisu seemed confused, so Ito interjected. In other words, the whole concert that day had been pre-recorded. Evidence found later indicated that she'd slit open her own stomach with a utility knife she got at a convenience store, then stuck a Bluetooth speaker inside. Oh joy. Type of wireless communication standard used by digital devices allows for communication via radio waves on a range between a few meters to a few dozen meters, often used for wireless mice and keyboards for computers and mobile devices. She closed the wound up with duct tape, not that it actually did much good. Then she used her clothes and the outfit to hide the wound and started her performance. At first she played the guitar along with the sound of her recorded voice, but after a while she stopped playing. That was when she leaned forward and didn't get back up, so she was probably already dead then. While the audience thought it was strange, they kept listening. Either the blood from her wounds broke the portable music player in her pocket, or maybe it was supposed to be this way from the start. But until that same line you just heard played over and over, no one realized she was dead. Kurisu's face was a mixture of confusion and discomfort. That checks out. Yep, 100%. Oh, potions, I don't know if you're still around. But we found out what they call Amazon in this universe now. That's pretty good. Of course it was. She'd never heard of something like this. I couldn't hold back my excitement. Huh? Amazing, right? Instead of agreeing, Kurisu's brow furrowed. She probably didn't realize it, but she wrapped her arms around herself. What was wrong? Was that a little too creepy? I don't know. Was it? Was it? And? All you've done so far is go over what we know. What's your discovery? Oh yeah, he was right. I used the computer to print out a series of pictures. Obviously, we don't know what the motive behind those two killings are. The one suspect we've got is whoever visited Utani's room, and we don't know who they are, what they wanted, or what they were talking about. So I feel like the obvious assumption is that, like, it's related to the whole Noah stuff from the first game. Which definitely explains Utani. At no point did we, the audience, hear the voice. They heard it in text. Which checks out for how it worked in Chaos Head. The weird thing is, the singer just got an email and heard or read that voice. So it's apparently been improved to the point that it works via the phones now. Which at least implies that every phone has that capacity. Because that's not something you can just send in an email. The phone has to do that. Which means the phones can do that in this world. Any message on your phone could have that effect, or email, or whatever. At least in theory. Well, I'm just running on assumptions there. I don't like it. Not at all. Not at all. But I think there's more of this to come. It's only a guess, though, based off of something the victims have in common. Huh? Seriously? Ito leapt out of a chair in shock. Well, I couldn't blame him. We spent forever going over things they could have had in common. All we came up with was they both lived in Shibuya and that they both used Nikoniya. Yeah. The only other things are that they were both semi-famous and they both died in a bizarre way. But that didn't tell us anything we didn't already know, did it? So you didn't see the other thing they had in common? I pointed towards the bulletin board as I spoke. Ito looked really annoyed. Damn it. You arrogant asshole. What's up with that thing you're printing out anyway? Heh. One of the best parts of finding something like this was seeing the angry looks on his face. Well, it was only yesterday that I found it myself, though. Relax. What did you find? Kurisu beckoned for me to go on. No matter what she said, after hearing all this, she probably wanted to know what came next. Oh, it was done printing. Did you just print out like a novel? Kazuki suddenly stood in front of me. She offered me the printed images without a word. Thanks. Then she offered me something else. A lollipop! I mean, it looks delicious. What flavor would that be? It's like too light to be grape, too purple to be much else. What flavor lollipop would that be? Purple cotton candy. Bubblegum? Maybe, but bubblegum tends to be pinker. Not always. Definitely not always. And mind you, you could make it taste whatever you want. It's just the assumption that usually you make it taste relevant to the color it is. You don't have to, but it's just flavoring. Are you giving me this? She nodded. Thanks. Kazuki seemed to be communicating in her own unique way. She walked over to the bulletin board. I think, clearly, she doesn't say a word to anyone, and hasn't really interacted with anyone, but gave you one of her beloved lollipops? Clearly, confession, right? That's true. I don't really know. I'm going on assumptions from, like, what I've tasted. I have no idea what, like, popular Japanese flavors would be and if they match the same colors. Maybe in Japan, a grape lollipop is a lighter color. Maybe they don't go for that, like, super deep purple that we go for. And tapped to the data printouts on the 2 cases with her finger. Kazuki, what's wrong? She did it again. I saw the part she was pointing at and nodded. That's right. The dates. The 7th and the 19th. That's what they have in common. Strange deaths on September 7th and September 19th. Ring a bell? Kept looking at detail. Usually he would be the one to pick up on this. A second later. Oh. He froze. He must have figured it out. Yup. With your love of weird murders, you know what I'm talking about. I pinned the images I just printed out into the bulletin board's map. September 7th, the group dive. September 19th, the pregnant man. September 29th, crucified. October 10th, the vampire. That had a different name in the fan translation, but that's fine. October 23rd, brain dead. October 28th, yummy hand. Also had a different name, but we'll go with it. November 4th, the DQN puzzle. The new generation madness. The connection. Yeah. Fictional, the name of a series of brutal serial killings that took place in Shibuya between September 7th and November 4th. In all, 14 people were killed across 7 incidents. The name New Generation Madness was created by the media at the time, in reference both to the bizarre nature of the killings and the way the youth of Shibuya seemed to welcome and enjoy them. The dates and names of each murder are as below. 9/7 group dive, they just told us all that. Yup. 6 years ago, in 2009, a series of strange deaths had occurred just before the earthquake that struck Shibuya on November 6. They became famous for the words left at the scene of every crime. Those eyes. Whose eyes? A different translation of it, but, you know, whose eyes are those eyes? Get it, that's fine. That's what happens when we play one of the games as a fan translation and one is the official one, and we've even seen how different things can be between, like, Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero with both official translations. So, you know, it's just how it goes. Same guys, there's going to be some... Oh, absolutely. Specifically because there was no official translation for Chaos Head at the time. The funny thing is, there's going to be shortly. They did just announce, for those who haven't seen, Chaos Head Noah and Chaos Child are both getting a Switch release date as a bundle. So not only is Chaos Head finally coming west, with an official translation, it's the improved Noah version that has extra content and extra routes. Not in time for me to play it for this, but it's coming out. I'm hoping it comes out on PS4 and PS5 so I can say I can platinum the whole series, but that would be nice. The murders took place in Shibuya, but the whole country took an interest in them. At the time, I was in 6th grade, and just like a lot of people, I followed every new development on the internet. Jeez, 6th grade getting exposed to all that. The internet. Whose eyes are those eyes? It's iconic now. Can't change. Yeah, I know. The dates match up exactly with the dates of the murders 6 years ago. They may be set up to look like suicides, but they're every bit as weird as the old killings. It's a coincidence. She seemed to be trying to force the words out of her throat. Kurusu was acting a little strange. Her arms clutched her torso even tighter. Vice president? Maybe it was because of all the creepy pictures she'd seen. Kurusu was clearly shaking. She tried her best to stop it as she spoke. Stop trying to connect every little event. It's just a coincidence that they line up. We'll know for sure soon. The third New Generation Madness took place on September 29th. In other words, today. If something weird happens in Shibuya again, we'll know for sure. If a coincidence happens 3 times, it's not a coincidence anymore. A phone rang. It was mine. Yes, hello? There's been a murder, or maybe an accident? Anyway, I think what you said might have happened. Oh, well, that was timed. I could feel my heart starting to race as she spoke. Well, something bad happened. It was a love hotel area in Danganronpa, 5 minutes from Shibuya Station. A few days ago, there had been some kind of suspicious fire here, and I'd come to do some reporting. The place was supposedly a love hotel spot, but even at night when business should have been booming, it wasn't particularly exciting. During the day, when all the lights were turned off, if you didn't look at the signs, it would have looked very different from your average neighborhood. It wouldn't look very different from your average neighborhood. Man, you spend so much time in Dogenzaka in both World Ends With You and 428. I feel like I've played so many games that take place in Shibuya. If I ever went to the actual location, I'd be like, I've seen that, 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 I've seen these, I've seen those. One of the buildings was a 40-story four-story. I was about to say 40-story love hotel. That's huge. With the terrible name Fairies Dance. It faced a narrow street, and there was no parking lot, so the police car was parked at a meter nearby. This way! Man, these guys are super excited for gruesome murders. Sarika was standing in front of a general store some distance away. She was supposed to be spending the day taking photos of the area around the last 2 crime scenes. What happened? Wouldn't get lost. Oh, I'd still get lost, don't worry. I don't know. I passed by Jen near the 107 and he told me something was up here. Is Jen the new Grim? Just don't get that guy. Where does he find out about this stuff? It's helpful, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Jen was a homeless man I knew who had sold me all the books in my secret stash. He was a drunk who claimed to be of noble blood, but the stories he told me about his past didn't sound very noble at all. The guy was a weirdo. But since he spent all his time wandering around Shibuya, he knew a surprising amount of info about it. But it seems like something's really happening, though. The policeman who just went in looked like he was asking for backup. I see. I decided to start by taking a video of the outside of the hotel with my smartphone. Aha. Record. You really run fast at times like these. I'd left the 2 of them in the club room, and they'd only just now caught up with me. They must have ran here. Ito especially was breathing very heavily. What? Kurusu came too? Kazuki had decided not to come, evidently. Of course not. I'd never seen her outside, except when we were going to and from school. So, did something happen? Told Ito what I'd heard from Sarika, which is, cops are inside. He seemed really disappointed. What? You sure it's not just some couple that had a fight? Would you call reinforcements just for that? And today's the 29th, you know. I told you, you're overthinking this. Kurusu seemed upset, almost like maybe she had some involvement, or lost somebody in those murders. She glanced at the love hotels around her in disgust. Let's get back to school. This isn't a place where students are supposed to be. What if one of the security cameras spots us? She probably didn't want to get involved. Well, you can go back. Ever since the rebuilding, there had been more cameras around Shibuya than ever before, even around the love hotels. In our school uniforms, we probably stood out. Kurusu motioned for us to go home, and then saw something in the viewfinder. On the 3rd floor of the love hotel, the windows in one of the rooms facing the alley were open. The windows must have been all the way open because the curtains were fluttering out. Hey, you normally don't open the windows in a place like this, do you? Asked Ito as I looked up at them. Yeah, probably not. I don't know. I've never been in one. Oh. Ito followed my gaze and saw it for himself. It felt suspicious. I'd never been to a love hotel either, so I didn't know, but normally you'd keep the windows shut, right? You wouldn't want people seeing or hearing what you were doing. And then suddenly I heard a sound from somewhere. It was a calming song with a simple melody. I took a closer listen. Was it a music box? It definitely was. It was coming from the room with the open windows. It sounded like it was inviting us in. What was going on? I looked around. The building across from the open windows was another love hotel, but it had no windows on that side. I couldn't look into the building like I'd done with the karaoke box last week, and I certainly couldn't climb my way up. Wait, what are you thinking? I must have had a pensive look on my face because Kurisu turned to me and asked, "We can get inside without them finding us." What? I looked over at the parking meters. There was still only the one car. Okay. There should be a rear entrance somewhere, so let's go do it before the police backup gets here. Ito, go around from that side. Okay. I'll take this side. No. Takeru, stop. Look at me. I began to go around the building, not waiting for Ito's answer, but Kurisu grabbed my arm. You can't do this. This is way beyond what a high school club should be involved in. Won't you listen to me? Crap. She was just a millimeter short of making that face again. And this is one of those dirty hotels too, isn't it? Also, what if you get caught up in something weird? I knew all that, but I didn't want to give up. This might be my chance to get a real scoop. What if you get expelled? As your big sister, I can't let you put yourself in danger. Sister, we're not actually family, are we? Wow. Wow. Instantly, Kurisu grabbed me by the collar with incredible force and brought her face so close to me that our foreheads touched. I could tell her cheeks were flushed. There was a small, wordless growl from deep within her throat, and her arms were shaking a little as she held me. What was she trying to say? No, I knew what she was trying to say, but Kurisu didn't say it. Kurisu wasn't the sort of awful person who'd bring up the distant past to try and win an argument. But anyway, that was all over now. It wasn't either of our faults. Stop it! Oh, well. That drag upwards. Suddenly, Serika ran over and tackled Kurisu. The momentum slammed both of them into the ground. So something happened to them in the past. Ow, Serika, what was that for? No fighting, no. Toku, the motto of the newspaper club is that all 5 of us are friends, right? No, that was never our motto. Shin, you need to stop them too. Oh, wait, where were you? Oh, that's right. This is no time for fighting, Taku. You suddenly hopped up like a cheap toy. The back door is open. What? I was thirsty, but I couldn't find a vending machine, so I decided to look inside the hotel, so I went around to the back door and opened it. Then I went inside and there was a vending machine, and I said to myself, way to go, fairies dance. And then I bought a drink and gulped it down, and then said, wait a second. What? You always get ahead of yourself. So, Taku, what's the plan? I could tell that Kurisu was glaring at me, but she didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything. Let's go together. If we pretend to be a couple, we might be able to fool them if it comes to that. Okay. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, Serika beckoned me to follow her. I did, committed to the scoop. Sorry, gonna go get involved in weird things. I didn't say it, but in my heart I apologized to Kurisu as I went. Of course, she couldn't hear me, so she didn't say anything. The stairs over there, though. We went inside the hotel from the rear entrance and hid behind the corner that led to the lobby. This was my first time inside a love hotel, and it was a lot less gaudy than I expected. The name was false advertising. There were no fairies, and no one was dancing. Yeah, false advertising, Maybe the quiet atmosphere was a selling point? Why? Just set someone back here! What? No! Ask Shinjo! The quiet was ruined by the sound of a police officer screaming into his phone. He was either confused or just excited, because he kept saying the same things over and over again. Something had happened after all, and something bad enough that he needed backup. This was my chance. If we could get to the scene before the place was overflowing with cops, we might be able to find an unexpected scoop. Yes, there's no doubt about it. I checked, but I can't decide that on my own. No, I told you, that's not what's going on. Damn it. That cop was in the way. Whether we took the stairs or the elevator, we needed to go through the lobby to get to them. Taku, let's go. Huh? Hurry. Wait. No, no waiting. Only going. Sarika took me by the arm as if we were a couple and entered the lobby without trying to hide at all. Hey, come on. She ignored me and walked straight for the stairs. Hey. The cop must have seen us because he yelled at us from behind. Shit. You probably hadn't seen our faces. Should we run? No, that would just make us look suspicious. I told you not to leave your rooms. Yes. No, sorry, it's okay. Forget that. I need that backup. He started to mumble into the phone. We crossed the lobby without looking back. Just, pretend like you belong, and it works. Don't do anything too crazy. Heh, but you were right. We were able to fool him. That scared me. That was a close call. My heart was pounding so loud that the noise was making me sick. Could he not tell that we were high school students? No, even if he only saw us from behind, he'd be able to tell by our uniforms. Why didn't he arrest us? He's slightly busy. Maybe he was panicking so much the thought never occurred to him. Okay, what's the next step? Sarika let go of my arm and turned towards me. That's right. Now wasn't the time for thinking about other things. I don't know whether or not that room on the third floor is what we're after, but we should start there. If that doesn't work, we try other places. Once the police backup arrives, we leave. But from the way that officer was acting, something was definitely up. We need to get photos before we go. So it's definitely not going to be something good, right? The cop just don't kink shame. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm sure there's people who would go to a love hotel dressed up in a high school uniform in the middle of the day, just, It was quiet. The policeman's voice was still drifting up the stairs, but it only made the quiet seem more oppressive. Just like he'd said, the customers had probably been told not to leave their rooms. It was too late for it to matter now, but I was starting to feel a little scared. Come to think of it, if something had happened, maybe the killer was still here. Hey, Taku, you're fighting with None again, aren't you? Sarika's voice was relaxed. I was grateful. I'd take any opportunity to relieve this tension. It wasn't really a fight. No, maybe it was. But you're still calling her Kurusu, right? I know how you feel, but isn't there something you can do? Until half a year ago, I'd called her Nono, her first name. After the incident that had caused me to leave the dorm, I'd never call her that again. As long as I kept calling her Kurusu, she'd keep being mad at me. It must have been hurting some important part of her. Taku? Oh. The next thing I knew, we were on the third floor. Sarika had gotten ahead of me at some point and was poking her head around the corner into the hallway. Nobody's here, I think. Good. Took out my phone and got ready to record. Why not record the whole thing? You can edit it later. As soon as I went into the third floor hallway, I found myself holding my breath. My heart was pounding even louder than when the cop had yelled at us. I tried to control myself and look down the corridor. The rooms must have been very big, because the gap between the doors was large. Or they just put a lot of soundproofing between the rooms. The floor was red, sinking into black as the hallway stretched away. I could hear the unpleasant sound of billowing air. They must have had the air conditioning on. There were no windows, and there wasn't a lot of light, so the hallway looked pretty creepy, but there was nothing out of the ordinary about it otherwise. Man, what messed up site are they going to stumble into? But still, it was strange. The air felt solid. It felt like someone would jump out from the shadows the second you let your guard down, or perhaps that there were traps scattered everywhere along the floor. For a second, the floor seemed to be stained with blood, but I shook that image out of my mind. What was this? It was like the fear you feel in the darkness at night. Was it just because there was so little light? Fear of the dark. You have a constant fear that something's always near. No, it was worse than that. I felt like someone was watching me and enjoying my unease. It was like they were peering down into my heart. Taku? I almost jumped off the ground with a start. Huh? What's wrong? Don't just talk to me like that. I was trying to figure out whose eyes were those eyes. You scared the hell out of me. That's nothing. Hey, isn't this kind of weird? I gestured with my head down the hallway. Serica looked past me into the darkness. Well, it's creepy because it's so dim, but isn't that just to set the mood? Was it? Was that all? Was I being too sensitive? I tried flipping the light switch on the wall next to me, but nothing happened. Maybe the bulbs were burnt out, or maybe it wasn't the switch for this hallway at all. Damn it, this wasn't 1407 or something. A 2007 American horror movie about a hotel room where all the occupants commit suicide, based on a work by the master of modern horror, Stephen Queen. I actually really liked 1408. I went into it not really expecting much, and I ended up actually really enjoying the movie. I should watch it again at some point. I saw it in theaters, but that was a ways back. Probably about 2007, assuming they get their dates right. Stephen Queen, though. Damn, this wasn't... Oh, I read that. Turned around. The only person there was Serica. No one else was looking at me. I took some time to make sure of it before I spoke. Yeah, it turned out better than expected, especially going into it not knowing what to expect. Let's go. Yeah. I also like that the music box music is diegetic. Serica nodded cheerfully and stayed behind me as we walked deeper into the hallway. I remember the location of the window I'd seen outside. It was probably deeper in the hall, the furthest one back, or the one before it. It's probably one of these two. I walked as silently as I could down the long hallway towards the last rooms on the left side. With every step I took, I could feel the sensation of the hallway floor through the bottoms of my heels. It's like I was being forced to think about nerves that I had never used before. My body felt very tense. I didn't see any cops on the hallway. Usually they'd at least leave one person here on the scene. Was this the wrong floor? We reached the second to last door, room 306. Ooh. Alright. We get one here. I listened carefully, but didn't hear anything revealing. Oh, if he doesn't hear the music box, then maybe it's the wrong room. What do we go for this one? Positive, negative, neutral for the room. Maybe the room, might be the wrong one, I don't know. It's a tough one. Yeah. We've got options. Sora votes for positive in a shocking turnaround to the what's normal. 7th agrees. All right. Cool. 300 for positive. Just the quiet rumble of the air conditioner. Is there people? Come on. This is a love hotel. Oh, right. Hey, what are you... knocking? You can't! Well, and suddenly the door opened. We didn't expect anyone to open it, so both Serica and I froze. And then they came out. Huh? Are you two the next customers? Wait. There was a voluptuous woman with long hair. She was completely naked. Not only that, her body was as nice as any you'd seen in a magazine. Wait, didn't she look a lot like a model or actress I saw on TV? No, Taku, don't look! You're so cute. Come in. Oh, no. It's not like that. It's fine. You can come in too, miss. Huh? In other words, what exactly? I'll make you feel great, so come on in, okay? Taku, what should we do? Why do you look like you want to go inside? Because... Serica's face was red with embarrassment. She whispered softly, I want to feel good. That's not what we're here for. Something was wrong with me. What's not what we're here for? Damn it, I said what I was thinking out loud. No, it's nothing. Serica was still knocking on the door in room 306, but no one was answering. The police aren't here either. Maybe it's not this floor. I flinched back at the sudden noise. He's the otaku. What? Was that the sound of breaking glass? It was from the next room over, right? She was clinging to my back in surprise, with her hands on my shoulders. I think so. It came from further down, right? Serica pointed to the next room. Welp, we stood there for a moment. The violent sound must have scared her, because Serica's easygoing mood had totally vanished. But we waited a while and nothing happened. There were no voices or sounds of struggle. The hallway was the same as ever. But was I imagining it, or was the hall a little darker than before? Should we go back? Serica didn't answer my question. She didn't seem afraid, but she had a serious look on her face as she stared down the hallway. Maybe something had happened and the killer was still there. No, wait, I needed to think about this rationally. There was an officer on the first floor who called for backup. Usually, when a call came in, the police never came there alone. There was always more than one. Oh, so he was here for pleasure, not business. I found that out for myself during my reporting, so I was sure of it. So there had to be another officer at the scene. The killer couldn't just be hiding here. If there was any chance of that, the cop wouldn't have just told us to go back to our rooms. Did the killer break the glass during a struggle? No, that didn't make sense either. If there was any chance of them being able to do that, would that officer have gone downstairs? He'd probably gone down there to tell the front desk not to let anyone else in. Damn it. I had no proof, but it should be okay. More than anything, I hadn't taken any photos yet. What? I jumped, literally, when I heard the sudden sound. It was a very strange sound, one that didn't belong here at all. I looked and saw that Serica had gotten so nervous she'd taken out her Garo Froggy Garoro strap and started to play with it. She probably didn't even know she was doing it. I softly poked her with my elbow. I motioned for her to keep quiet, and she seemed confused, but then she realized what she was doing and quickly put the strap back in her pocket. As soon as she was done, I looked down the hall once more. All the way to the front of the room. We should head there. I tried to steel myself, then checked over my shoulders once more to make sure no one was there. Started to walk forward very carefully. I was afraid of making even the slightest sound. Serica followed me wordlessly with her hand on my shoulder. I grabbed her hand with my free hand, the other was holding my smartphone. She squeezed it tight. The feeling of her fingers kept me as strong as I walked forward. The next room, room 305, the room at the far end of the hallway. Just like room 306, it had a plain old door, but it felt like it was exuding an intense pressure. This is where it came from, right? She was asking about the sound. I think so? I answered, despite not having any proof at all. We waited, but still heard nothing. I looked around once more to make sure no one was there, then put my ear up against the door. And then I heard a small sound. It was the sound that I'd heard outside, the sound from the windows like a music box playing. It was relaxing and peaceful, even if we weren't, and played the same tune over and over. This is the room, the one with the open window. Serica was looking at me. Will it open? No, that's... I hesitated, but she put her hand on the doorknob. Nope. She seemed relieved, but a little upset. I knew exactly how she felt. I felt the same way. I moved away from the door. I would have liked to take some photos before I left, but... Oh. Huh? Did you just hear the sound of a lock? Yeah, that was what it sounded like. We were too confused to move. There's no sign of anyone coming out. I slowly touched the doorknob. It turned. The door was unlocked. How? As if guided by all the strange things that were happening, I pushed the record button on my smartphone. I gripped the doorknob tighter. A voice in my mind told me to stop, to go back, but it was wiped out by the sound of the smartphone recording, starting and the door slowly opening. The more it opened, the less I was able to ignore my curiosity. There's a 0% chance of anything happy on the other side of this door, right? It felt like something besides Serica was pushing me forward as I opened the door. That song was playing in the dimly lit room. All the lights were off, but the sun outside was streaming in through the open window. Its light was very weak. The curtain in front of me, which partitioned off a part of the room, was blocking the light. I gulped and realized my lips were dry. I ran my tongue over them to wet them a little, and then I realized my heart was pounding. The sound was so loud I thought my ears might have somehow moved up into my ears. What? I don't know. My heart might have somehow moved up my ears. I said ears. It seemed to be beating out some bizarre rhythm, and it was making me sick. I forced myself to swallow my saliva and hoped it would keep me from throwing up. Then I took a slow step forward. I held up my phone to record what I was seeing, and then I realized something. That curtain wasn't partitioning off the room. It was a bed. There was a raised spot off the floor with a circular bed surrounded by a curtain. The light was streaming out from behind it. The windows we'd seen were on the other side of it, and the song seemed to be coming from there as well. Crap, it was too dark. I went to flip on the nearby light switch, then forced myself to stop. No, I couldn't touch anything in the room. Some kind of crime must have taken place here. But I was scared to go any deeper into the darkness. My shoes made my steps loud against the floor. There was no response, only the relaxed melody. I gave a signal to Serica, who was still behind me, and went deeper into the room. Really? You're going to send her ahead? What? For a moment, I just thought I heard the sound of creaking metal. Felt like I was hearing it between the gaps in the music box melody. But there was no change that I could see. No one jumped out, nothing was moving. There was just the sound of the music box. I looked from one part of the room to another to make sure nothing was amiss. And then I slowly moved forward. Oh. Someone was lying on the floor. Huh? When my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw... Ah. Okay. A police officer. And a woman? The officer was lying up against the bathroom, with his legs splayed and his head drooping. The girl was lying on the floor face down. They showed no signs of noticing us. No, that wasn't right. The glass behind them was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Crap. The second I understood what was going on, the hand holding the smartphone started to shake. Crap, crap, crap. I could see a little blood dripping off the police officer's head. Spun around as I heard the sound. The warmth drained from my face in an instant, and my whole body shivered. Someone was sitting on the bed. I staggered back and slammed into Serica. Let's get out of here, now. But I couldn't move. My hand was frozen as it pointed the smartphone towards whoever was behind the curtain. It wasn't doing what I told it. Damn it. I took a step back, tripped, and then fell into the floor. My lungs weren't working right. The silhouette moved a little, and I flinched. No, it didn't move. The bed was rotating. Whoever was behind the curtain showed no signs of noticing us. They didn't budge an inch. What the hell's going on in here? Taku, the door won't open! Serica's voice sounded like it was far away. I ran back to the entrance and slammed myself into the door. It wasn't opening. It wasn't opening. Why won't it open? I don't know. Serica yelled back at me. Why? Why? Serica screamed as she slammed against the door. I helped her try to batter it down. But it didn't work. It was like trying to batter down a wall. Oh, crap. Welp. Welp. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. I reflectively jumped away without thinking. Knock, 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 knock. It was coming from this door. The knocking was rhythmic and constant. But what? It was just a knock at the door. My whole body started to shake. Someone was on the other side of the door. Someone was knocking. Definitely wasn't the police. I felt as if my sanity was boiling away, melting out from the soles of my feet on upwards. Dave's not here, man. No, no. Don't open that door. Right, go out the back. Let's use the window. I grabbed Serica's hand and ran to the back of the room. And fell silent at what I saw. Huh? No. What was that? Huh. The curtain was open. There was a man there, sitting. He was moving slowly. The bed was moving in time to the sound of the music box. An eerie sound came from the wire wrapped around his neck. The wire was hanging down from the ceiling, choking him. His face was all puffed up, and a color I've never seen before. His pants were wet, and the stain extended to the bed itself. The smell of piss and shit hung in my nose. He wasn't alive. He was dead. What the hell is this? Why was he dead? Did he suffocate? Why was the curtain open? What the hell was he doing? Why was he dead? My right hand moved without me realizing it. Huh? I needed to use the window to escape, but I pointed my phone's camera at the body instead. Taku, we need to get out of here! The body spun slowly. Each time it went around, the wire made an awful sound and dug deeper into his neck. It had dug in so deep by now that the man's neck was the size of my wrist. The skin must have been broken, because it was bleeding a little. Taku! What am I doing? Sarika was right next to me, but her voice sounded far away, like she was talking to a telephone. I needed to get out of here. I couldn't stop the filming. Why was it doing this? Why was he dead? The wire dug deeper and deeper into his neck without waiting for me to come up with an answer. The body turned away from me. I could see the back of his neck. The flesh around the wire was swollen red and black. I heard a muffled sound, like something hard snapping inside of a bag. The head slumped just a little. His neck had just broken. That must have been the sound of neck breaking. Taku, let's get out of here! I could hear Sarika's voice. Get out of here? Get out of here? That's right, I need to get out of here! But not that way. My body moved as I heard another sound. I spun around. Appropriate reaction, yeah. I screamed. And then I heard something from behind me. Don't know what I did. The next thing I knew, my whole field of vision had turned red. Then I felt something like a ball hit me. Before I could understand what it was, everything faded to black. Okay. September 30th, 2015, Wednesday. So what, 2 days later? It was 28th that the case happened, right? midnight.
Shinjo-san.
Oh. Hey, Ramen, how's it going? Oh, welcome to Chaos Child. Hoo boy, now to the VOD. Thank you for 55 hecking months. Enjoy the VOD. Enjoy the VOD. Enjoy the VOD. Hope you had a good day. Hope you enjoy Chaos Child so far. Oh, that's not what I meant to hit. Shinjo, we've managed to ID the victim from his possessions and the security cameras. His name is Koronori Kakita, 22 years old, a Shibuya resident with a part-time marketing job at Koshin, venture capital company located in Shibuya that participated in the post-earthquake reconstruction business. After using massive amounts of money to monopolize the construction companies involved in the reconstruction, they moved on to other projects such as the introduction of new infrastructure, i.e., the deployment of high-powered security cameras around the city. They've also taken the lead in supplying business models and partnership opportunities to various non-profits and volunteer groups, and in helping to establish self-sufficient communities among the survivors. In the process, they made vast amounts of money. Some earthquake survivors and residents claim that they're a brutal, tyrannical company that does not hesitate to use evictions and eminent domain to take property they want. That's how you make a lot of money, you be evil. A part-timer at Koshin. Any lovers? None. No roommates either. He lived alone, it seems. Shit. Shinjo cursed. If he was single and not in a relationship, it would take time to figure out his private life. And Koshin was one of the companies that had profited the most from the recovery projects in recent years. Part-timer or not, if he worked there, he was probably pretty busy. It was possible that his co-workers knew just his name and nothing else about who he was outside of work. Shinjo, what do we tell the media? Kiyomiya TV and Nikoniya's net reporters are refusing to leave. And those two kids we found at the scene, who said they were with the Hikayo newspaper club, they've calmed down, but they're still not making a lot of sense. That other girl doesn't have anything that would tell us who she is. We're checking if she's a friend or a relative of Katika's, but no luck yet. She's refusing to say anything. Also, forensics wanted to know. Hey, you can't just... This is Watabe from Nikoniya News. Excuse me, what's going on here? You're barging into an active crime scene is what's going on here. News site offered by Nikoniya that offers information on a number of topics. It consists primarily of summaries of articles written by various groups and individuals, but lately has put resources into having its own journalists do original reporting as well. Get out! You can't come in here without permission! Just a brief comment. A brief comment's all I need. You're literally tampering with a crime scene. When high school kids do it, that's one thing. When news media does it, like... It's bad either way, but you could argue, like, oh, the kids, whatever, they're just kids. Shinjo's men physically dragged the reporter out of the room. He had to stop himself from putting his hands to his head and moaning. He couldn't let his men see him acting weak. Shinjo had been with Police HQ's Sector 1 for less than 7 years. He didn't get along with his superiors, but he managed to beg his way into being in charge of this case. Maybe this was his way of avenging the death of an older detective he'd admired. Once you're done looking at the window frame, make sure it can't be seen from outside. There's no telling what those net reporters will do. Yes, sir. I'll talk to forensics myself. Oh, and put some more manpower into checking his connections at work. I'll tell the boss. Yes, sir. So, what about those kids? I'll handle them too. Get to it. Yes, sir. His men raced out of the room. They'd never had a case like this before, and they were probably pretty excited. Connections? Maybe, yeah. So was Shinjo, to be honest. The whole thing was such a mess that he didn't even know where to begin, but his detective's instincts were screaming at him to start doing the work needed to find the killer. Okay.
Yosh.
Hello, this is Trustworthiness Investigation Company, Frisia. Of course it's Frisia. His call was answered on the first ring, like always. It's me. Oh, Shinjo, you're late. I thought you'd be contacting me earlier. Was she the woman from the company in the first game? I think so. Because she didn't die. I mean, unless she did in the earthquake. I don't think she died. I'm sorry. Shinjo apologized without thinking and for no clear reason. He always felt like a naughty child when he spoke to the CEO, who happened to be a woman. You know why you're so exhausted? It's because you're taking this so seriously. You should relax a bit like they did. Got no intention of copying their habits. You're so serious, aren't you? If you keep on thinking that's a virtue, you're going to have a bad time of it one day. Yeah, Momose. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Shinjo cut her off before she could continue her lecture and gave her a brief description of the scene. This was a violation of the rules, but the only way to solve a crazy case was to be a little crazy yourself. That was the first thing you learned from that older detective. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's gotta be, yeah. So, is it a murder or suicide? Momose asked her question after he described the situation. She cut to the heart of the problem. We're not sure right now. The hotel had gotten suspicious when Katika had never come down after checkout time. When more than 10 calls to the room went unanswered, they contacted the police. 2 officers, as well as someone from the hotel, had gone to the room and found the body and an unconscious girl. Excuse me. Now obligated to play Testament? Oh? Why? I was going to anyway, but why? Like, they look fun. Scythe characters are always cool. I tend to, occasionally. Amongst the 30 plus hobbies. Oh, is killing crabs one of them? I saw the list of hobbies, I didn't read all of it. Oh yeah, that clip, we found out fishing is included. Damn it, of course. We found a fun company name in the game. One officer stayed at the scene to keep it secure, and the other searched the hotel to make sure it was safe. No, they went to the lobby and panicked on the phone. During the search, oh no, I guess he would have. He'd forgotten to lock the employee entrance on the back near the stairs. That was how the 2 students from Hekiho Had gotten in. I'm going to say that wrong a lot. Shortly after he left the room, the girl woke up and started strangling the officer, who'd stayed, hit his head on the edge of the glass window, and knocked himself out. He was going to be fine, but he'd been out cold until backup arrived. When the backup got there, they found the girl unconscious on the floor. A boy from Hekiho was passed out on the floor too. The other girl from Hekiho was throwing up, also on the floor. Katika's cause of death was asphyxia via strangulation. The wire around his neck was kind used at construction sites. It had been hung in an X pattern from the lights on the ceiling. And he'd been sitting on the bed as it rotated. That's why there was so much pressure on his neck that finally his head had been severed. From the estimated time of death, Katika had been passed away before the police had even been contacted. The body on the bed kept spinning in time to the music, one rotation every 2 minutes. In the end, the man's head had been cut off completely. Jungle, an online delivery service that delivers books and whatever else you might need. Amazon Jungle. It's the in-universe way of doing it. Oh, that was it. That's it. It's just Amazon. Yeah. The problem was the girl in the room. There was no indication that she'd ever touched Katika. There were no fingerprints or any other signs that she touched Katika's body, the bed or the wire. That's fine. It's better when it takes a minute. It's like, I don't. Oh, the only thing they found under her fingernails was skin and blood from the officer she strangled. In fact, there was no indication she touched much of anything in the room. Everything they found belonged to Katika. And according to the officer she strangled, when she'd attacked him, she'd clearly been in an unstable psychological state. Clearly, her eyes were bloodshot and out of focus. So, what are you trying to say here? The girl just watched Katika die without touching anything in the room and then started strangling a police officer while temporarily insane? Shinjo scratched his head as he heard her sum of the situation. That was what it looked like, at least from what they knew right now. Just going by that, it sure looked like a suicide. But it was all far too strange. I see. This is a bit of a problem. What about these kids from Hekio that got inside the room? Seems like it was pretty traumatic for them. No. So at first they wouldn't say anything, but now they're starting to talk. But they're from Hekio, and that place has some issues. Has some issues? Does it? Checked with the school and verified that they were part of the school's newspaper club. The security camera at the rear entrance had seen them coming in, which matched with their testimony. But he didn't know what to make of their testimony that the door had opened on its own or that someone else had tried to come into the room. Oh, bowling ball. I mean, at least you know it's one or the other. The door is equipped with an automatic lock, and the only person inside the room who could have opened it was that girl. There was no sign of her fingerprints on the door. And the security camera in the hallway showed no signs of anyone else trying to get in. In any event, it was extremely rare for a civilian to see a dead body outside of a funeral. And in an unstable mental state, it was extremely easy to imagine things would just outright be mistaken about what was going on. If they turned out to not have any relationship to Katika or the girl, he planned on letting them off with a stern warning. Our biggest lead is the girl who's in the room, but she's not talking. She's probably going to be put under psychiatric hold at this rate, right? Here used to refer to the act of keeping someone in custody in a designated location, such as a mental hospital chosen by the police, until their psychological state has normalized. Oh man, when you close the menu, and I didn't notice this before, just for a second it leaves the background image up, and like, I guess I'd never noticed it before. It's like I closed it, and I just saw the eyes staring at me from the right hand side of the screen. I was like, oh, okay. Also, it does remind me we're really late into things we've saved once. We should probably save again. She's probably going to... Oh, I read that. Yeah, but that will slow down the investigation a lot, so I'd rather not go that route. Got it. Let me get some information spread around. Given your position, this is probably going to be pretty rough for you, so be ready, okay? I'll call back in 3 minutes. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Shinjo went to hang up the phone. Oh, wait. Yeah? Actually, I want you to do something for me. I'm sure it'll be a big help for you, too. Can you do it? So it was basically an order then, Shinjo thought to himself. What's up? One of my kids knows more about this than I do, and they say they want to see the crime scene personally. Can you help them out? You want me to let an outsider into a crime scene? It's always outsiders who will give you the hints you need to solve the case. After all, I'm an outsider too, she continued. In his head, Shinjo went over the steps he'd have to take and the time required to take them. Can it be tomorrow, or no, the day after? That's my Shinjo. Glad we could work this out. I don't know how you managed around the rest of those hardheads in Section 1. Alright, talk to you later. Hold on a second. Shinjo, would you? He barely stopped himself from ending the call. Is there something else? I wanted to give you some advice, just in case. 2 things. First, what I said before wasn't a joke, okay? Huh? You need to relax a little. Don't take everything so seriously. I'm sure a lot of things are about to happen that will be beyond your understanding. When that happens, your worst enemy is what you think you know. I'll make sure to remember that. If that was a serious answer, you still got a long ways to go. And the other thing is, Momose paused for a second and chuckled. Don't let my kid get the better of you too often. If you let your guard down, you'll end up an outsider yourself. Wonder who her kid is. September 30th. That's the same day. Right? Yeah. Hey, did you see that thing on Twitter? Oh yeah, the meme from Hekiho bot. A giant Upa with a smug look on its face, sitting on the Shibuya Hakiriro and saying, Shibuya sure has changed. Bullshit mascot character from the popular manga Rainet Kakeru, which began running in Roko comics in 2006. The anime version only increased its popularity, and large amounts of merchandise such as stuffed animals followed. A Twitter account followed by over 80% of Hekiho students. It's popular for its variety of tweets, which include funny memes, news about discounts at cafes and restaurants near Hekiho, school rumors, and other things of interest to the student body. Despite the word bot designating an automated posting program in its name, it doesn't post at regular times, and it's post-varying content, so it's thought to be an actual account run by someone at school. Yeah, that one's really kind of sad. Could we use that for the culture festival? Nobody's going to look at a display about the history of Shibuya's recovery anyway. Is it enough to just have the picture though? We need to actually have stuffed animals or something. The male student started to search through Shibuya's stores with a smartphone. He must have found something strange because he kept mumbling, "No way." Ito was recording the newspaper club's project for the festival. A bunch of random footage of the preparations in the cafeteria. Is this really the right time to be all excited over something like that, guys? A body had just been found in Danganronpa yesterday, and all those students cared about was their stupid jokes. The body was found less than 10 minutes away from the school, but they barely even mentioned it. Well, it really hasn't hit the news too much yet, but the first reports have been on a major communication company's website. That was where Ito had seen it. It had been last night. It had made the morning news and the morning papers, but all that had been reported was that a body had been found and that no details were known. It was rare for a high school kid to check the TV news and papers every day. There was no word from Mayashiro. Ito was really worried about what had happened at the Love Hotel, but he had no way of asking about it. Damn it. He took out his phone even though he knew he hadn't gotten any calls. Sure enough, there were no messages. He'd been doing that a lot since yesterday. He couldn't bring himself to make a call. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say to a friend who'd been taken away by the police. So I guess we still don't know what happened to him. Well, I mean, it sounds like they're just in police custody and they're going to be let go with a warning. The laughing students irritated Ito in a way that he didn't really understand. He'd been planning on videotaping the entire cafeteria today, but instead he gave up and left. You filming? Hope it's going okay. He went inside the club room and saw Kurusu was there. Any word? Kurusu's expression clouded for a moment as she shook her head. Nothing since then. I see. Wakui, the club advisor, had told him that Kurusu had taken a change of clothes from Marashiro to the police station last night. She'd been told that neither Miyashiro nor Onoe were hurt. The Police were probably going to let them off with a warning, and if they weren't suffering any after effects from the trauma, they'd be let go in the morning. But school was over. It was almost evening, and there was no word from either of them. Ito dropped into his chair. Damn it. The school's so peaceful. Barely anybody's talking about what happened yesterday. I see. I mean, sure, there are about 2 murder reports a week in Tokyo, so I know it's not exactly a new thing, but still, Danganronpa's right next door. It's possible someone walks by that place on their way to school. Actually, I bet someone does. Maybe it's like he always says, none of these people ever read the real news. You have any idea how obvious you are? Kurisu chuckled. Huh? You're worried about the 2 of them, right? Yes, clearly! Ito started to speak, but then choked it back. Not really. Aren't you worried, Miss Vice President? Ridiculous, she chuckled. I'm angry. This whole thing is ridiculous. Serika is one thing, but he ignored my warnings and went in anyway, and this is what happened. He's making you do all the filming for the newspaper club too. No, I don't really care. It's not that big a deal. It is. When you're given a job, you need to do it. Unless you get arrested by the police, you know? Is this it, Kurisu? What's going on with the budgets? Kamahara appeared. He was very out of breath. Huh? The budgets? The list of groups that have gone over budget. Accounting says it's not in yet. Kurisu frowned as she realized her mistake. Sorry, I'll send you an email with the list. ASAP, okay? Before the teacher goes home. Kawahara ran off before Kurisu had time to answer. And before he was even out of sight, Kurisu had booted up the PC and started to tap at the keys. What? No, it's nothing. Which of us is more obvious? That was what Ito was about to say before he stopped himself. Normally it was impossible to imagine Kurisu not doing her job. For a while after that, Kurisu focused intently on her work. Ito didn't have much else to do, so he watched her. When he looked carefully, he could see small dark spots under her eyes. She probably hadn't slept. Then Ito realized for the first time, Kurisu had probably come to the club room to see if either of them had contacted him. With all the preparations that were going on, there was no other reason for her to be here. Empress of all people, huh? Kurisu pressed down hard on one final key as she finished her task. Then, suddenly, an unpleasant sound filled the room. Silence. Hey. I know. He looked over and saw that Kazuki was nibbling on dried squid as she played her game, oblivious to everything around her. Ito had seen her come in after Kurisu had started her work. He thought she might say hello, but knowing her, maybe not. He'd also seen her start to play her game. He was trying not to bring it up, but it was clearly impossible now. She must have been concentrating pretty hard. Her gaze was constant and steady. Ito sighed. She's always caught up in her own little world, isn't she? Maybe she doesn't care about anyone else. Of course it's not true. She's just a little stronger-willed than most people. Even so. She's in the same club as them, he started to say, but Kurisu stopped him with a raised hand. She looked down at Kazuki's game screen. Evidently not. Huh? Kurisu chuckled and took off Kazuki's headphones. Kazuki, I'm not a big gamer, so correct me if I'm wrong, but... Is there a reason you're continually flipping fireballs at the side of a house? That fire's spreading really fast. Kazuki looked back at the screen with a stunned expression on her face. She yanked the headphones out of Kurisu's hands and quickly put them on, then started to pound at the keyboard. Calm down, and either swallow that squid or spit it out. What you're doing now is bad manners. Kazuki may not have heard her because she struggled with her game for a while and then... She froze, like a toy whose batteries had run out. The squid she'd been chewing fell out of her mouth and landed on the desk. She stared at it for almost 30 seconds, as if something impossible had happened. Then she silently stood up and staggered over to the shelf where we kept the electric coffee maker. Her face had turned pale. Kazuki, are you okay? Are you going to make us coffee? Kazuki nodded in answer to Ito's second question and started to make coffee with shaking hands. She made Kurusu her usual 2 cubes of sugar and gave Ito a coffee mixed with milk. Then she made a cup for herself, black, but didn't drink a drop. Her forehead slammed into the desk with a thud, and she became so quiet it was impossible to tell if she was breathing. See? Kurusu looked to Ito for an agreement as she cleaned up Kazuki's squid. Wait, really? He took a sip from his coffee, not sure what to think. To him, none of this made any sense. Kurusu didn't say another word as she drank her coffee. Ito looked at the blank ceiling and decided that this was as good a time as any to ask. It wasn't that it was wrong, but it still felt kind of awkward. Hey. What? Is there a reason he's so obsessed with this case? Kurusu froze. She lowered her gaze as if searching for answers in her coffee cup. Probably the same reason she's so against it. What about you? You seem pretty interested in it yourself. You seem to be trying to change the subject. I just like this stuff. This stuff? Weird murder cases and stuff, but still, running into a crime scene like he did yesterday was... That was going too far, he continued. Kurusu silently took another sip of her coffee. She seemed to be staring at a single point in the distance, lost in thought. It was clear that while she was seeing the things around her, none of them held any meaning to her. Looking at her scared Ito a little. Was it really that big a deal? If you don't want to tell me, that's not it. I'm sure that, basically, Takeru's the same as you. He likes this stuff. Yeah, you're lying. He's always liked getting involved in things that were dangerous. I see, Ito said. You two started living together in elementary school, right? Yeah, that's right. A little after the earthquake, to be precise. Just about the time when middle school was supposed to start. Kurusu and Mayashiro were both what people called earthquake orphans. They'd both been in 6th grade when they'd lost their parents to the earthquake. Since they had no relatives to take them in, they'd been sent to the same group home, the localized small-scale children's welfare facility, Alba Dormitory. Small-scale children's welfare facility with a maximum capacity of up to 6 children, also called group homes. These facilities are often the homes of private individual families and are said to be able to offer more personalized care for the children. Kids like them weren't common in Shibuya these days, but they weren't exactly rare either. Mayashiro had been so badly injured during the earthquake that he had been put into a coma. He was still in that coma when he arrived at the dorms. The head of the dorm was also the head doctor at the Alba clinic downstairs, and so for a while that was where he was kept. Kurusu had taken care of literally all his needs. There were 4 kids at the facility. Kurusu and Mayashiro were the oldest. Since her birthday was earlier than his, she dubbed herself the oldest of the 4 siblings and volunteered to take care of the other 3. Even back then, Mayashiro had a habit of being curious and getting into trouble. He's just a little brat, you know? He says all the time that he's different from everyone else, right? Even though that's not true. She spoke like a parent worried for a child's future. But in the end, he... Hello everyone! Oh, I didn't think I'd see you here, Kurusu. Did you hear anything? The club advisor, Wakui, was quite relaxed as he came into the room. Kurusu quickly stood up and rushed over to him. He nodded and motioned for her to calm down. Yeah, just now. Is everything okay? Not me. Yeah, I guess so. Of course. Hey, Ito, get to the gym now. Huh? The gym? Why? The Light Music Club says they're about to do a rehearsal. It should be good footage for the culture festival. Kurusu's expression froze, and suddenly it changed. Mr. Wakui, is that what you heard? Yeah, that's right. What's up, Kurusu? You look so happy. Oh, I seem happy to you. I'm going now. You should come with me. Huh? Wait. Sensing a gathering storm of violence, Ito pushed Wakui out the door. Kazuki had looked up, but now she slammed her head back on the desk. Now that she was all alone, Kurisu took out her phone and checked it. There was no message, of course. She sighed and looked at the board. That incident yesterday at the Love Hotel. Whether it was murder or suicide, from the way Mayashiro and Onoe had looked when they'd been taken by the police, something had happened. Mayashiro had said it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago. Now that it had happened 3 times, there was no ignoring it. No, it was too dangerous. She couldn't let him get more involved in this. She thought back to Ito's question about why Mayashiro was so interested in this case. Kazuki was still lying with her head on the desk. When she turned her head to the side, for some reason, she looked like she was enjoying herself. When Kurisu saw that, she suddenly lost her desire to drink the coffee. Apologizing in her mind to Kazuki, she decided to pour it out at the water fountain. She headed to the upstairs water fountain, which was usually less crowded. She found herself looking down at the gaps between the tiles as the sound of her footsteps rang in her ears. She could tell that she was walking slower than usual. Essentially, Kurisu was lonely. She remembered what she had said to Mayashiro when he woke up in the clinic. I'm Nono Kurisu. Call me by my first name. We're family, so it would be weird to call each other by our last names, right? So we have an idea of something big has happened between them, but still hasn't told us what. In the end, he just wants to pretend that he's special. She knew why, she supposed. The event that had caused him to leave the dorm was still bothering him. What was the event? Ah, November 7th, 2009. This way, please, come this way! I'm telling you, we can get around from the back. How many times do I have to... Save us, someone! Why won't the phones work? Oh, this was the, earthquake. I wanted water. I'd still feel the sensation of the dead woman I touched when I'd fallen on my hands, and I wanted to wash it off. I wanted to wash my face, too. The wind from the flames had blown something small into my eye, and it itched badly. I was thirsty, too. Sarika was on my back and showed no signs of waking up. Damn it. My legs were at their limit, so I forced my way through the crowd and sat down on a tire that had rolled nearby. It smelled like burning rubber. I don't have the energy to apologize to the people I ran into, and they didn't have the energy left to complain. I slowly brought Sarika to rest on my knees and looked around. I saw an orange light. The light of the fires reflected off of many things. It was pretty, I thought, before I realized how inappropriate that was. For some reason, I started to count the bodies on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. But in less than 5 seconds, I'd gotten way over 10 and realized how futile it was. I stopped. Shibuya Station was utterly destroyed. The 107, only a few minutes away by foot, was ruined as well. 5 whole hours after the earthquake, the chaos had only increased. There were fewer people out walking, but I wasn't sure if that was because they'd reached safety or simply collapsed from exhaustion. I saw someone carrying his own severed arm in a convenience store bag. I saw people ignore a barefoot woman as she cradled a baby whose head was smashed in. Some had outright given up on sanity and were flinging things into the fire. A group of middle-aged salarymen were dragging a young girl into the darkness. A young man went to join them. This is hell. There was no other way to describe it. This was hell. Sarika moaned a little in my lap. I slapped her cheeks to wake her up. Onoe? Onoe? Her face distorted in agony. It was okay. She was breathing. She was okay. We're heading to Yoyogi, okay? You know, that big general hospital? You remember, right? We snuck in there once when we were little. Instead of answering, she just moved her eyebrows a little. I swore and lifted her up on my back again. She didn't seem to be that badly hurt, but this kept happening. I read on Twitter that the general hospital in front of Yoyogi Station was accepting patients injured in the earthquake. I didn't know that it was true, but I had no choice but to go. It had to be better than the hell that was Shibuya. Don't die. I yelled, unsure if Sarika could even hear me, and started walking. I just needed to get to the hospital. Ah, happy times. Happy times all around. Just goodness for everyone. I leapt up, quickly glanced to the left and right as I tried to calm my racing heart. Saw that it was in my own bed. Yeah, well then, I feel exhausted. I also felt really thirsty. Maybe it was because I'd had that dream again. Searched around until I found the bottle of water by my bedside, took a gulp, and then grabbed the phone off my bed to check the time. 12:17 a.m. It's a new day, huh? It was around noon when the police had let me go from Shibuya Station with a warning. I'd gone home and gone straight to bed, so I would have been out for more than 12 hours. This was no good. Maybe I'd slept too long, or maybe I hadn't slept enough, because my head felt like it was filled with lead. No, maybe not. I put my hands to the thin light that was coming through the windows and checked their color. They were the same as always. There was no blood on them. I felt a little like throwing up. I hoped another drink of water would help, but it didn't. Damn it. I thought for a moment and then decided to turn on the room lights. I turned on the laptop. I ran a search for urge to vomit lesson foods drinks. The internet gave me page after page of results. Checked a bunch of pages just like you're supposed to when you're looking something up. Ginger, huh? Guess I got that Kakonoto that Jen gave me. I looked under the sink until I found the Kakonoto powder, then poured it into a cup and added some hot water from the electric kettle. It had a strange smell, unlike anything I was used to. I took a sip. I could tell that my hands were shaking a little as I held the cup. God damn it all. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a body. I checked the phone again and saw that there were several messages from Serika and Kurusu. I went to answer, but stopped. They were probably still up, but I didn't feel like talking to anyone. Felt like the air I'd breathed in at the Love Hotel yesterday was still deep inside me, along with the cheerful melody of the music box and the red that covered my vision. I felt something strange in my cheek and put a hand up to feel it. It was a bandage. I'd gone to some kind of clinic at the police station where they'd put it on. They told me I must have hit my face hard on the floor when I'd passed out. I was unlucky enough to scrape my cheek against a piece of the shattered glass. Thankfully, it wasn't a big wound. It barely hurt at all. But it itched like hell. And each time it itched, the shock I'd felt came rushing back and quickened my pulse. The danger was long gone, but I still couldn't forget the terror. Had I almost been caught up in something horrible? Almost, sure. No, I was fine. I was fine, right? I wasn't like everyone else. I wasn't an amateur. I'd gone through that hell I just dreamed about and survived. Okay. Maybe having that nightmare again was good for me. I managed to force down the urge to vomit, then clicked away at the computer. I opened my computer's TV program, changed the channel to a news program, and watched it on my monitor. A few months ago, I'd bought a USB TV tuner off a homeless guy who had no idea what it was worth. All it cost me was dinner at a local restaurant. Just like I thought, there was an article about the event 2 days ago. All they said was that a man's body was found in Danganronpa Love Hotel. They didn't say whether it was suicide, murder, or just an accident. There's nothing about the girl who'd been found in the scene, or about me and Serika. I see. I figured this was what I'd get. I'd never experienced for myself the gap between what happened at a crime scene and what was reported on TV, but it didn't really surprise me. These days, the internet was a lot faster at reporting things than TV. To people who follow the news online, TV wasn't a place to learn new things. It was where you went to see if something you'd heard about was so important that it was getting TV coverage. What about the people online? I closed the TV program and opened a browser. Yukiniya News had something on it too. I clicked on the uploaded video. Another incident has occurred in Shibuya. This makes for 3 strange incidents so far. Excuse me. Just like always, it was Watabe, the attention-seeking internet reporter. He was famous for charging into crime scenes to get scoops. Lately, he seemed to be getting a little too cocky. He explained what had gone on at the Love Hotel, as the video showed pictures that he had probably taken himself. Either way, I think the police are hiding something. The only announcement has been that a body was found, but if that's all, then why would... And then, like always, he started mixing his own subjective opinions with the news. He was right, the police were hiding something, but there was little point in listening to the rest of this. Vague information would just get in the way. This is all you can expect from the masses of the internet, I guess. I mostly ignored Watabe's voice as I looked at the video on the screen. He must have gotten it by charging into the hotel room. What the hell was all that? I thought back to what had happened. A man was strangled to death in his room. There was an unconscious girl and a police officer there as well. The girl was the most obvious suspect. Even if she chose the strange way to do it, she still must have killed him, right? No, if she had definitely killed him, then they would have announced that. She was arrested, just like I was. Over 30 hours had passed. Even if they found out she was innocent, they should have announced that. The police believe that the girl with him may know something and are proceeding with their investigation, like that. Did the police think she didn't do it? Then what was she doing in the room? And even if the police had told me during the interrogation that I'd imagined it, I knew what I'd heard. Someone else had visited that room and knocked on the door. The sound was eerie and always had the same rhythm. I felt a cold chill and idly turned towards the door. Huh. Well... He's turned towards his door in the middle of the night. My room was the same as always. This will probably be our last one. After this, we'll probably save and end it, because I don't know where a logical ending point will be, but... You know. What do we go for it? Positive, neutral, negative. Last one of the night. Last one of the first stream. Gotta end it with positivity. I'm assuming Sora's vote is the same. It gives us 2, so good as any. There's no sign of anyone approaching it. I listened carefully to see if I could hear anything outside. Nothing. Come on, you're worrying too much. Just one knock, though, huh? Just heard a knock at the door, right? Couldn't believe it, but I'd forgotten to lock the door. I froze as it swung open from the outside. Someone was here. Who? I knew 2 people who would come in without waiting for an answer, but was it okay for me to just stand here? Who's there? When you finish the game, yeah, obviously, clearly. Gulped and spoke in a hoarse voice. Poking through the gap in the door was...
Taku?
Oh, someone I knew well. Good, you're still up. Relieved, I staggered over and sat down on the bed. I hadn't done my heart any favors. For some reason, Sarika was standing at the entrance, fidgeting. She didn't try to come any further in. What's wrong? I don't think it's a good idea for a girl to be coming by alone at this hour. Oh my, I don't think any of the homeless in the park were bad people, but someone who was hard up for money might attack her. Especially after what I'd seen. I felt like I was going to start imagining things I didn't want to visualize. Taku, are you okay? Okay with what? After what happened yesterday. Honestly, not really. Was Sarika going through the same thing? When I'm alone in the house, I remember what happened yesterday, so I get scared and can't sleep. Oh no, I don't want to be alone tonight, okay? Can I stay over, just for tonight? I knew exactly how she felt. Just having someone you knew next to you was enough to make you feel a lot better. Take me, for example. Having Sarika here was letting me relax a little. Yeah, she's here. Sure. I'd have to sleep on the floor, I suppose. Thanks. Sarika must have felt better when she heard my response, because she looked like she was about to cry. She sat down right next to me on the bed. Why was she sitting next to me? There were other places to sit. When I looked closer, I saw that her shoulders were shaking a little. Just keep remembering what happened yesterday. It was natural, I suppose. Sarika was a girl, and she was younger than me. Seeing someone like that must have been something like that must have been a huge shock to her. As if it wasn't a huge shock to you. It was my fault for getting her caught up in this. As I started thinking about that, she put her head up against my shoulder. Taku, stay with me? Please? Camera pans up. Oh my. Welp, Ono is a lot tougher than that. Of course, in reality, Sarika would never let me see her being that vulnerable, and she'd never actually come to visit. Was she okay, even if I wasn't? Maybe she was just fine. She was probably just dense, yeah. I was really delicate, so in a sense, I was jealous of her. I sighed a little and locked the door. Ah, that's right, crap. It was a new day. What about the pundits on the internet? Quickly opened another site, Shibuya News. This was the private news site I trusted the most. Bar Nobu. Can't read any of the other Japanese ones, but there's a cute cat. Shibuya News. It was always updated at midnight, every day. The quality of the news and the reliability of its updates made it far more useful than TV or the mass market sites. Online news was faster than TV, but of course some sites were better than others. There was no end to the number of wrong-siders who would treat the net as a single entity that was the opposite of TV. TV says one thing, but the internet says something different, they'd say. If you asked me, they were utter morons. These days, even a lot of the larger sites online aimed for the same mass markets as the TV news did. It was critical that you find out for yourself which sites could really be trusted. Just like the name implied, Shibuya News dealt with the goings-on around Shibuya. It was similar enough to our newspaper club that everyone in the club knew about the site and used it regularly. Its owner, Kay, was, how to say this, very skilled at getting and sharing information, and seeing its effects. She carefully calculated when to send and when to receive information. A lot of child and grandchildren sites used Shibuya News as their parent site. Most of them were privately run news sites as well. A site which is primary source for information. Secondary sites called child sites share this information with other users. Then there are also tertiary sites called grandchild sites, which share the information from the child sites. This lingo comes from news sites. It's also common when running multiple sites to refer to the primary one as the parent site and the side sites which spun off from it as child sites. As a result, a huge number of people saw the information that Kay spread. To put it more unkindly, Kay was manipulating them. Anytime Kay wrote about a popular shop among high school students in Shibuya, or a free smartphone app, I would hear people at school talking about it within a few days. Take, for example, the Twitter user that most of Hekiho Academy followed, HekihoBot. Described itself as a bot by Hekiho students for Hekiho students, but from the number of times it would show up on Shibuya News, my guess was that it was actually run by Kay. Kay was one of the few people I've recognized as a right-sider. When something important was going on in Shibuya, first you check the TV shows to get the basics, then the mass market sites to see what the net was saying, then you would go to Shibuya News for the latest information. This was the way the newspaper club, and myself specifically, would always look for information. I figured they'd be broadcasting. Quality of the news wasn't the only reason that Shibuya News was popular. One reason was that Kay appeared to be a girl. When someone was thought to be a girl in real life, they got a lot more hits than someone who was thought to be a guy. The other reason was... And that was A Contract of Blood to Seal Our Sin by Phantasm. Oh hey, Phantasm. A gothic punk band that was popular in Shibuya around 2009. In 2015, it still has some passionate fans. A group of 4, but only the names of the vocalist, FES, and the guitarist, Ryo, have been made public. This radio broadcast. Whenever there was something big she wanted to report on, she would always do an internet radio broadcast. It offered proof that she was a girl, her voice calm and pleasant to the ear. A lot of people just listened to her broadcast. The audio from the leaky noise case that I'd played for Kurisu had actually been modified by Kay to be easier to understand. Okay, normally I don't play Phantasm, but there's a reason I've chosen it today. You're all aware of the death of a man in his 20s in a Shibuya love hotel yesterday, right? Like always, Watabe at Nikoniya News was there to tell you all about it, but, I chuckled a little, his glory hogging was a running joke among Nikoniya News viewers. But there's something you didn't notice. Phantasm released a song 6 years ago, and you all remember what happened then, of course. That's right, the Shibuya earthquake, but before that, there were also the strange events called the New Generation Madness. I was startled. That's right, crap. I'd forgotten after all that had happened by the Love Hotel. No way. Some of you have already noticed, right? The Don't Look at Me case on the 7th of September, then Leaky Noise on the 19th, and now this new death yesterday. Or more precisely, 2 days ago on the 29th. The dates matched up with the incident 6 years ago. In that second, the Twitter stream that was linked to the broadcast lit up. It was overflowing with comments. The next date is October 10th, the date of the vampire case. My beloved citizens of Shibuya, please take care. That's all for tonight. Thank you for listening in. This has been your host, Kay. It will soon be 12:30 a.m. on October 1st. I pray you spend tomorrow in a way you won't regret. Excuse me. She signed off her usual way, and the broadcast ended. She got me. That's right. That hypothesis was why I had forced my way into the Love Hotel. And something had happened, just like I thought. After 3 such incidents, it was only natural to assume that there might be a connection. The new generation madness. Was it going to happen again? I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. I reached up and saw that blood was coming out from the side of the bandage. The cut must have opened. As I took care of it, the red blood on my fingers stood out. Without warning, I felt a horrible sense of dread, like I was sinking into quicksand. Usually, I love to have a mystery to solve, but now that the case was definitely real, I hesitated. For the rest of that night, I wasn't able to do any more research about the case. The spoon? I'm going to actually leave it on this screen. I feel like that's a fun one to come back to and check out. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's where we're leaving this. It's been a start. We still haven't finished chapter 1, and we still haven't seen the actual opening to the game. I can't wait to actually see it and hear it. That'll be cool. We will be playing more of it next week, obviously. Monday, Tuesday, so tomorrow, Tuesday, playing Elden Ring. Thursday, going to be doing more killing chaos with potions. And I don't really know about Friday or Saturday yet. Maybe more Elden Ring. I feel like we're gotta be approaching the end of Elden Ring. But we also keep taking it slow and keep dying to stuff too, so you never know. Tomorrow I may not be able to start it early. Today was my nephew's birthday, but we're kind of celebrating it tomorrow, so I may not be able to start early tomorrow, but Tuesday we'll probably start at the 6 p.m. time. Just to get more Elden Ring in. Friday, Saturday kind of depends. If we somehow manage to finish Elden Ring, I don't think we're that close, but if we somehow do, we'll play probably Horizon. But in the more likely event that we don't finish it, we'll keep doing Elden Ring until it's done. It's kind of the plan. But that's what we got for now. Obviously, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. Big extra shoutouts to Heckin' Ramen for a 55-month resubscription, and everybody in chat hanging out, giving some votes for which way the delusions go. Got ourselves a monster, a quote, yeah, a Discord, and
he might.
I don't know.
He might actually be dead.
I feel like that works. Drawing a blank on sound effects, but yeah. Thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.